Just in case you don't remember, let me jog your memory. In a church they called the Waco Compound, back in April '93, 17 little children, all so helpless and so small, died a senseless death of gas and flames. How many names can you recall? 17 little children. Don't it make you wonder why? 17 little children. How could they deserve to die? Maybe we should stop and ask ourselves, have we become so blind? Will 17 little children finally open up your mind? How did you sleep last night, Bill Clinton? Tell me, did you feel their pain? As 17 little children cried out and perished in the flames. Attorney General Janet Reno, I accept your offer to resign. How can you stand for law and order now, when you won't answer to your crimes? 17 little children, all so helpless and so small. 17 little children. How many names can you recall? Maybe we should stop and ask ourselves, have we become so blind? Will 17 little children finally open up your mind? I've heard it said the Branch Davidians only got what they deserved, yet no one seems to know what laws were broken, what was in the warrant they never served. Yesterday I sold my TV set, stopped my subscription to the Times. To me it's plain to see the media was an accomplice to these crimes. 17 little children. Don't it make you wonder why? 17 little children.
And now the moment we've been waiting for. We're going to bring on a man who knows what he's talking about because he's lived it, he's seen it firsthand. He has a lot of information for you. Mark Koernke.
Mark Koernke, welcome to Bakersfield. One little question before we go on. Everyone, many of us already know, and we want the others we don't to know, that you'll be appearing also in Visalia tomorrow night.
Did we say the pledge? No. Well, we have a couple of good flags here. First of all, I see an American constitutional flag. That's good. You all know the difference between the two?
Yep.
Well, for those of you who don't, just in case, the gold fringe on many of the flags that you see demonstrate a British maritime flag or a totally different authority in a room. The Constitution of the United States is represented by this flag. This flag is not the government's, it is your flag. Don't ever forget that. When the judges declared that you could burn this flag, they laughed all the way to the back of the courtroom, because they knew full well in reality that when you were burning it, you were not burning a symbol of the government or the corporate government, you were burning a symbol of our Constitution. And these people are not constitutionalists. Are we better? Somewhat better. So if you would all please rise. Now when you say this, I'd like you to change one little part which a lot of people have been conditioned to because of rhythm. One nation under God. Not one nation under God. Don't put a comma in there. One nation under God. And I know you got to work at it because we've all been trained the same way. So if you would, please follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we'll fight for it! Well, first of all, good evening. Well, one more day in the occupied territories, one day closer to victory here in these United States of America. This evening is brought to you by the Little Brother Information Network. Big Brother is watching, and Little Brother has a big mouth. It's a long cry from what we started out with 4+ years ago. And in fact, this is not the way I was taught to fight, as you may know by some of my history. But when I originally got into this, it was a realization that we have to start standing up. We have to start representing ourselves. Now, I've done something that all of you can do, and I want to remind you this constantly, that when I leave, you're here to continue the job. All I want to do is become a catalyst. I'm a spark, I hope. Well, probably the first thing we should do is take you back a few years. Sometime during the day, you and your family are sitting down, you're in your kitchen, in the living room. The dogs begin to bark. So of course you, your son, good family friends stand up and step outside, as they've done so many times when they've chased down game. And you follow your dogs off into the woods. Your son goes one way with your best friend and you go another. Well, as your son's moving down the trail, somebody steps out and shoots the family dog, kills him, and then turns to fire on him. In a moment of hesitation, he fires, and of course, an engagement takes place. He's hit in the arm, turns to run, and is struck in the middle of the back and falls dead. The father recovers the body. The son is laid to rest in a very remote place on the side of a mountain here in the United States. As the father goes out that evening to check on his son, as he lifts his arm to try and open the door, he feels a tug at his shoulder. He's shot. The mother with the child in arms calls for her husband and their friend to return to the house. And as they rush in and pass her, she's struck with a .308 rifle round through the center of the face. Falling to the ground, she is screaming for 5 minutes she did. This was in the court report, of course. The bullet that passes through her passes through the lung of the family friend. He falls to the ground with a very serious injury. So begins the siege of Ruby Creek. Progressively, over a period of time, the family members are brought out and secured. But reality is, most people would say this could not happen in this country. Is this the harvest of sorrows of Russia, where virtually 14 million people were starved or shot to death? Is this Nazi Germany? Is this Kampuchea? No, this is the United States in the 1990s. And you all lived to see it. Well, if that wasn't bad enough, then another Sunday, another day, family members and friends are in a church on their own property in their own home. And as they hear the rumble of cattle cars roll up, though they may have had some warning, they realize as they look outside that multiple numbers of black-clad, coal-scuttled troops with ski masks are attacking the house and engaging to destroy. What is called dynamic entry is used. From above, helicopters fire down upon this homestead, upon this church. Many are killed and many are wounded in this action. Progressively, through God's will and little intestinal fortitude, they stop the aggressor, push them back out of the home, and the siege begins, lasting 51 days. At the end, the enemy cleanses with fire what it could not effectively do with conventional military force, destroying all the evidence possible by pushing the debris into the wreckage as it burns. Is this Bolshevik Russia, Germany, Kampuchea, Southeast Asia? That's right, this is Waco, Texas, in America in the 1990s. And ladies and gentlemen, you all saw it on national television. You cannot deny it. There's no way you can disprove it. All of you saw it. This is the threat that we face today. Our enemies, the internationalists, and I will say that outright, have a specific agenda for the United States that is not going to stop until they're victorious. Unlike you and me, they do it full time. Remember that. While there's a small number of them, small, I must stress this, their numbers are effective because they run off your money. And unfortunately, we have forgotten a basic adage that if we do not hang together, we shall surely hang separately. Has it not been demonstrated on television now for us, the all-seeing eye? And so with that in mind, again, we must organize. We must at least be thinking as a people. Even if we do not have a total common bond, even if there's a difference between each one of us, some of us have different attitudes about how things should be done, we all understand this, that if we are not careful, we are going to lose our Constitution and our Bill of Rights. We are on the brink of catastrophe even as we speak. There is not a man or woman here who does not know that the crime bill has passed. We may be in a state of denial, but the fact of the matter is we are now in a boiling nexus, a very radical change in the direction that this government will go in. Every one of you will be affected. In a matter of days, with its signing, Janet Reno last Thursday stated uncategorically she will enforce the law immediately. Immediately. One of the first things that was changed in this law is that there will be no 30 to 60 day probationary period. The law takes effect upon signing. Nobody in our government has seen the law, by the way. The government printing office does not even have a first striking or first printing. It was denied to the individuals who formulated the law. So what you're seeing is somebody bought a car that wasn't painted. You do that every day, don't you? Oh, by the way, they didn't throw the wheels on either before you purchased it. They didn't put the motor in. Would you buy a product like that? No! Thank you. Daddy didn't train no fool. Okay? But in this case, with our representatives, if that's what they are, and I question that with many of them now, and I think you do too, we're looking at a situation where through deception, it's the only tool they've had, and the only other tool they have had in the past and will probably use in the future beyond it, is terror, is fear. They cannot suffer the light of day. When was the law passed? Just as many others. in the cover of darkness. Now think about that. Everything that they've passed, especially within the last year, that has been detrimental to the Constitution and Bill of Rights, has always been passed under the cover of darkness in its final step, its final phase. NAFTA, the Brady Bill, and the first step of the crime bill were all passed in the 11th hour to 1 o'clock in the morning. That was not an accident. It is symbolic of the nature of the creatures that you are facing across the nation. Now I say again, they do not have the majority, but we certainly have a dumbed-down population that is in high numbers. I think everybody can at least admit to that. In some ways, it's been an uphill battle. In other ways, I must say this. I'm blessed with the fact that I get to bounce all over the United States, and I've talked to hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people in the last year alone. We've been to every corner of this country. We have been all over the nation. And this is the kind of response that is taking place everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. You are not alone. The reason I stress this is because I hear many times again cries in the wilderness, so to speak, or cries in darkness. I can't find anybody. Look around you. These meetings, for this reason and nothing else, will help you to understand that there are many like you, and there are many more waiting who have not heard yet. And so the challenge to us as patriots now, most assuredly, is to organize the militia. Organize fast and furious if you are not organized now, but organize most assuredly. Then communicate, even as you are organizing, because we must be well-rounded patriots. We must communicate person to person. We must ensure that the message is sent out wherever it can. Do not be embarrassed and do not be ashamed, because there isn't any time for it. There's a saying we have where we come from, there ain't no sense in running because you'll only die tired. And it's true. Somehow, of course, we're going to have to work this out, because if you ever thought about where we are, we got a lot of hills, a lot of trees, but can you imagine 20 million people in the woods in camouflage trying to hide? Person, tree, person, tree, person, tree. Obviously, you could probably hide somebody by numbers, but still you're going to find somebody. That doesn't mean there's going to be a need for stealth, there's going to be a need for wood skills, woodcraft, but there's going to be a need for a multiple number of patriots to do so many tasks, just as we do today in everyday life, that there will be a job for every one of you. For the very young, for those who are old, all races, all creeds, all colors, ladies and gentlemen, we have a task ahead of us, and it is a very arduous and great task, and it's going to require every person we have just to win. Make no mistake about what's coming. Do not hold any illusion, I'm a realist, and so prepare for the worst and we won't be disappointed is another one of our adages, and it works. When we started, we knew that we had many people out there, but we didn't know how many people we had out there, except for 5. We had, almost, we had a good understanding that the Patriot Movement was in-depth and ingrained across the United States. But even in the last 6 months, I am awe-inspired by how well people have been working and how they've been working together. Together. If you are busy backbiting or fighting amongst yourselves, then you aren't busy enough. If you got time for that, obviously you need to sit down. You either better find another book, you better find somebody else to talk to who is not educated, and take that gray matter you've got and use it to the best of your abilities and attack, attack, attack. Now, don't stop. For all of you who thought you were going to retire, I'm sorry. It isn't going to happen. For ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are retired, we need you desperately, and we need your help now. For all of you who are much younger, no, you're never going to get a chance to rest. Trust me. I don't ever expect to retire from this. Not that I expect to keep doing what I'm doing now. I look at what we're doing here as a tool, as an effective cutting edge that you can strike into the vitals of the enemy and twist and use for a short period of time. Everything that we've done is designed with economy and force. If it costs too much, perhaps it's too much to be involved in. Remember that. KISS, keep it simple, stupid. We're showing all of our dogma here, by the way. By keeping it simple and effective, you are going to be able to leave it, if need be, within a moment's notice. Remember that your tools, if need be, will have to be abandoned. If you are so clutching to physical resource that you're willing to spend your life for it in a situation where you might be able to replace it later, you better start reevaluating things. Expect that you may have to lose things. And I certainly won't leave it for an enemy. I'll burn it myself if I have to leave it behind. Scorched earth policy is going to be the norm. Now, a friend of ours came up with a good, an effective comment. I've seen it written now in a few places, and I'm sure it's much older than all of us. Compromising with evil, half of something is certainly still evil nonetheless. And so we cannot compromise anymore with these people. We just saw what compromise did, didn't it? We just got the crime bill, and in fact there was no compromise. The one thing that I'm proud of is this. 2 years ago, I had hoped with the information that we'd sent out, when the information was available, we would create this driving force that we have, and we would force away the mask of the enemy. Instead of him convincing you to give me something, hand it to me, Mowgli. Yes, yes. Instead of us giving it away, they are going to be forced to try and take it. And you will see the true nature of your enemy again. That's very important because we are a just people. We must be a righteous people. Make no mistake about that. And we are going to have to demonstrate that we have a legitimate purpose or reason for fighting when the time comes. We must be defensive in nature for a short time. Because again, I personally am obligated to find to attempt to find a peaceful solution, even though I know there isn't one. In this way, when I stand before my Creator, He's going to ask me a question. Did you do everything in your power? Did you spend every moment you had wisely? Did you do everything, and did you try to preserve that which God gave you? And I know for a fact I'll be able to say yes. I still probably will be lacking in many areas. I'll probably wish I'd gone a little farther. But I know that we've tried as hard as we can to inform as many of you so that you can go out and do what we're doing. Amen. And by doing so, you are better armed. You are a better weapon. Now, the New World Order has had its advantages. Ruby Creek was probably the best example, and that's why we touched on it, of government gone amok. I want to remind you, first of all, that was no accident. In fact, let me ask you this. With all the oopsies and accidents our government's been having, normally if you had an employee like that, wouldn't you have fired him by now? That's right. Oh, Waco is just a little oopsie. It was just a little accident. Well, I'm going to touch on a sore spot here very quickly on this because it's something that hurts me to a certain extent. Anybody who's been in the military remembers something from the Vietnam War. And it's sensitive, and I remember growing up how it was being in the military. It was something that was referred to us. It was the My Lai massacre. Does anybody remember the My Lai massacre? Okay. In a time of war, in a free fire zone, where it was difficult, if not impossible, to identify your enemy, halfway across the planet in a foreign country, of course it was not declared war, U.S. military forces were demonstrated to have probably killed a number of civilians, women, children, etc. At least that's what we've been demonstrated, right? It took them no time to bring the officers and the NCOs that were responsible before a courts-martial, try them, and put them in jail. Waco was in the United States, not in a time of war, with the same hopheads who were protesting in the 60s now in charge in the 90s, and not a single person has been brought to trial for what happened at Waco. Not an officer, not an NCO, and not a politician. Is there something wrong with that? Yeah. Most assuredly. If they had the time to do it in time of war under questionable circumstances, we all saw this on national television. To give you an idea of some of the problems here, media orientation. There are people who will debate when you talk about Waco and say, well, I don't know, I think they deserve what they got, and this and that and the other. And of course, we come up with our debate and the information we have off satellite, the tapes that we've collected, and information that's been available to all of you. And most of you probably have one of the Waco tapes in one form or another, right? Yeah. Okay. What told me more than anything else about Waco and how responsible the government was not during the siege, though we knew for a fact that they were responsible, but the demonstration afterwards that took place when they explained that the government was justified, you know, when the government justified itself. Remember that? In a room not unlike this, with a larger stage and with a massive backdrop, the talking heads came up one at a time. One at a time. And the press, which was almost as numerous as the people we see here tonight, did not ask a single relevant question. Not only that, though, more important is this. All of you know that we're now a media-oriented population, audio-visual. Who doesn't have a TV in their home? Oh, good. Well, there's a few honest, that's good. There's a few good people here. The rest of us are all going to learn. What's interesting is this. The federal government, the ATF, FBI, and all of the others, and remember there were a plethora of alphabet soup agencies there, confiscated all of the videotape. They confiscated all of the documentation. They ran video equipment themselves during the siege. And you know what told me that they were guilty and that they fired the first shots? That behind all the talking heads during the cover-up, that whole wall, left and right, was blank and did not have a single television screen on it at all. Not once did they ever refer to all of the videotape that they'd confiscated. Not once did they use the videotape accessible to them to demonstrate that they were innocent, that the poor little black-clad, ski-masked, coal-scuttled Nazis, real ones, or KGB, take your pick, there's no difference with regard to these people, that these little buggers, of course, were fired on first, and it's all the other people's fault. You know, people in their own home, on their own property, in their own church, you know, they just picked everything up and came after the ATF, didn't they? Right. Reality is this, when you see a lack of something, especially in this case, you better start worrying. The reality is that the attack at Waco was one of the first examples of large-scale dynamic entry. The action was a military action, or at least a quote-unquote paramilitary action, or secret police action. It is not unlike military actions we've seen in the past overseas. The units involved were not a mystery to us, and were not a surprise to us. We've been tracing ATF assault units for over 4.5 years. During Operation Achilles in the Midwest, and Achilles 2, which was done later, ATF forces were using these types of dynamic operations on Class 3 manufacturers to terrorize them out of business. Why? In preparation for the days that you see now. Imagine what's going to happen here with the banning and also the confiscation of arms. And notice I'm going to incorporate them both because it is going to happen. Why? Well, first of all, we've drawn the line in the sand. They're not taking our arms. Period. That's finished. Amen. Second, when the time comes, we are going to have to explain to them through the use of coercive force that not only are we not going to let them take the arms, but we're not going to let them hurt anybody else the way they have that we've seen on national television with Waco. Rule number 1, with God as my witness, there will be no more Wacos. The reason I say this is because I am ashamed, and all of us should be ashamed. Yes, I know they're from Texas, and you're from California, and I'm from Michigan. And there may be a few others in between. I don't just laugh. But the point is, they were all Americans, ladies and gentlemen. And they were human beings and nothing else, for there were some foreign nationals there. We actually have had our Lexington. Just as when the American Revolution began, when the British wave first showed up at Lexington, the local militia forces stood on the green on their own ground, the Common. Now, the Common was a place where the community came together for picnics, for government, to mutually commune, to be able to enjoy each other's company, to participate in government. When they stood up on the green, they understood full well that this was the last straw. that just as the crime bill that you see today was the edict that will be used today to try and take the weapons, in the past the king had registered an edict and the military governor had registered an edict which declared all cannon, powder, shot, weapons, and the individuals, if need be, were to be confiscated. It wasn't over taxes that the first battles were fought, it was over arms. Because anybody here knows for sure that only free men are armed, not slaves. That's what we're facing. Now when they faced them on the green, they were told, "Stand down, you rebels, stand down." The military commander there of the militia knew full well that it wasn't very likely he was going to walk away from this alive, and you know what? He was right. And yet he stood on the open in the green with his forces. They fled to the woods. They were run down and some of them were captured. About a quarter of them died in place. And yet still they stood their ground. Now, as soon as that was done, the British commander authorized and let the forces that were the ATF, FBI of their day, the Hessians and British forces, kick indoors and begin to confiscate property, forfeiture and seizure laws. History hasn't changed. And in doing so, they would take out booty. How do we know this? Because the commander's log registered what they stole. Trunks, candelabras, harpsichords, private property of all types, because after all, these were people that were now going to be punished economically. First they had taxed them, now they would simply take what little they possessed that was left. Well, the smoke of Lexington was seen for miles. And from counties around, virtually thousands of men, some of them never having met before. They didn't know one man to the next. They didn't know one man to the next. And yet they came in their own groups of 1, of 5, of 10, of 100 in some cases, and they began to converge, seeing the smoke in the distance. At Concord, when the British forces showed up, they went to the center of the common in the middle of town, and the British commander in his arrogance, the ATF officer of his day, kicked the door in and then demanded that a lounge chair be brought out to the court, where he sat it down in the middle and then told his soldiers to go house to house, door to door, kick each door in and confiscate yet more property and steal yet more arms if at all possible. The weapons were gone, by the way, as we all know. But they stole luggage, clothing, furniture, whatever they could find, and then they began to burn. 16 houses in a row were burned as a demonstration. The enemy hasn't changed, has he? When he's done with everything, he cleanses with fire to destroy the evidence. Nothing has changed. Well, unbeknownst to them, though, on the hills around Concord, the militia began to congregate, not quite sure first how to engage the enemy. And as they watched the smoke of Concord, they realized they had no choice. The time was now, the time was present. They must destroy the enemy and drive him from the homes of Concord, or Concord would exist no more as a community. And so they fought. They drove them from the bridge. They drove them out of the town square. And the British military didn't stop until it went all the way back to Boston, with its tail between its legs and a red carpet of bodies all the way home. Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen your Lexington. On national television, you all saw the smoke. You all saw the fire. And now you all know who was killed. Men, women, and children. Let me read something to you here. I'm going to go over this extensively because this is still the best tool that we have. By the way, we call this our Liberty Tooth, and I'm sure you all understand why. This is ours, yours and mine, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and of course, my favorite, the Declaration of Independence. Oh my goodness. Well, at the very end here, not quite the end, but almost the end, on page 29, for those of you who have the Citizens Rule Book, see if you recognize this. Oh, the enemy has many tools, by the way, so I'm going to paraphrase perhaps. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless street gangs, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. We might also include /ATF, FBI, DEA, right? Let me read this properly to show you that man has not changed, and especially tyrants have not changed with regard to how they operate. He has excited amongst us domestic insurrection, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. Just as in the past, human has been used against human if properly fanned as a tool, so our enemy today is operating just as he was 200 plus years ago. We face the exact same aggressor. There is no difference. In fact, to challenge you all, for those of you who have this liberty tooth in hand, I challenge you to do something tonight. Uh-oh, it's going to have that word, you know, that four-letter word involved. We mentioned this up north, work, W-O-R-K. I want you to take your pocket Constitution, and without doing any damage to it, I want you to read the Declaration of Independence. And one step at a time, I want you to go through and highlight every part of the Declaration that has been violated now. See how many you can recognize. When you realize as you pull the page away that almost the whole page has been colored in, understand that it is not an accident. That the reason that this has taken place is because your enemy likes to take your documents and your history and turn it on its head. You see how that works? Let's go through a few of them here very quickly, because this is pertinent to what we're just discussing. And I think what I'll do is start so I can save us a little bit. Okay, page 28. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary power, which, as we all know, is now going to the British form of government, not the American constitutional form of government. He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. Here's one you all love. He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. Is anybody familiar with that clause? He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislature. He has effected to render the military independent of and superior to civil power. The New World Order police, the new national police force, the conversion of your National Guard to a national police force. You've all seen it in the newspaper, so you can't deny it. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation. The United Nations Charter, treaties, and obligations that will create a subject of us. The Constitution is not subservient to any law other than God himself. These are unalienable rights that you possess from birth. Make no mistake about it. And no treaty, in fact, can change that. Most people will point to the Constitution and say, well, they can make treaties. Yes, and you know what? We had 2 constitutional conventions. Does everybody remember that? You know why? Because the men were far-reaching enough to understand when they looked at the document, they said, wait a minute, we can't pass this. There's no insurance policy. And so what did they do? They passed the Bill of Rights. And the Bill of Rights is the litmus to decide whether or not a law is just and constitutional. And in fact, what they are trying to do with the United Nations is diametric to everything that this country stands for. For quartering large bodies of armed troops amongst us. And we all know about that, don't we? For protecting them by a mock trial for punishment for any more murders which they committed at Waco on the inhabitants of these states. Well, I'm sorry, I added something, didn't I? I hope you understand what I meant by that. I'll read it properly. For protecting them by mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states. For cutting off our trade with all parts of the world. Anybody here a private businessman? How long do you think you'll stay in business with the New World Order? Not very. For imposing taxes on us without our consent. Everybody here vote for the last federal tax hike? Not a hand here again. I can't understand that. For depriving us of many cases of the benefit of trial by jury, forfeiture and seizure laws. 10 days and it's their property. It's right here. And they've done it before, ladies and gentlemen. But through gradualism, they've tried to fool us. For transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. And don't think this isn't going to happen. Let's start off with one thing right now. How many of you have heard in the last month comments made about the World Court? There we go. You're a citizen of the United Nations, comrade. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that's right. We're sovereigns of the United States. We have nothing to do with the United Nations. But with color of law, remember, if I decide to try this man or this woman, and they decide that they need to make sure that it sticks, why not send us to an international court like a place where we've all been enamored amongst the population, Somalia? You think the Somalis love Americans right now? But they are a signature of the United Nations in reality. So you could be sent anywhere in the world. And trust me, they plan on this. Absolutely. For abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and a fit instrument for the introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies. Canada. Everything that you have seen here, you need only talk to Canadians. They've seen it first. And that is a broad boundary to the north. And trust me, the Canadians don't like it either. We talk to them constantly. There are Canadian militia units who would like to be part of us, and will be. For taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our government. Is that not what we are seeing now? For suspending our own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. Regional government. How many here are familiar with regional government? Oh, look, this is a fairly informed group again. If you don't know, pay attention to who raised their hand. We'll explain this again. Regional government is not voted in, by the way. It is a bureaucracy assigned by the president. Progressively, each tier assigns the next level. You have no say. Oh, by the way, just to give you an idea of how bad that's going to be, how many people here have dealt with their state capital recently? You get a good response from your state capital, don't you? They forge ahead and try to help you immediately, don't they? Zero. Now imagine one step farther, regional government where the capital is even farther away and you're even more effectively isolated. What do you think is going to happen? Oh yes, they hear you just fine. Yes. Well, we can go on through the rest of it, and very straightforward it is. And I challenge you tonight, if you do not have a copy, get a copy. By the way, the coat that you saw earlier, one of our things we're looking for isn't a driver's license, but we give people tickets for not carrying their Liberty teeth. Okay? This is something you don't leave home without. Better than American Express. That's why it goes here, like this. Oh, but by the way, as long as I'm in this pocket, there's a little something that these people are involved with right now, and I'm sure you're all going to want to see this. There are gentlemen who are doing an effective job of collecting information, and we're not the only group, there are many others. Unlike your Liberty teeth, which you have a God-given right to, many of you might be familiar with what's coming up with this. This is your national ID card. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I've done this several times now, and I trust you all here, and I want everybody to pay attention to where this card goes. If somebody tries to carry it away, point it out. I'm going to hand this to this gentleman and explain rather than try and hold it up in front of you. Go ahead and pass it around, please. This card is the card that you as Californians will receive first as one of 5 states in the pilot program for the National ID card. Not my words, their words. Now, you'll all remember the Clintonistas when they stood up there in the joint house session. And he said, "You're all going to have it." flashed a picture of who? J. Rockefeller. What a surprise. They did. In the House and Senate joint session, they flashed a J. Rockefeller when they showed that national ID card. Well, that's the health card, which they originally tried to call the health card. They found people don't want it. How many here will take it? No hands again. I don't understand you people. A bunch of patriots here or something. That's good. Well, the point is this. The national ID card, in one breath while he mentioned it, what else did he say? He said, and of course, because we have this national ID card, we need to have health care police. Yes, poppies, my precious. Health care police. Well, wait a minute. Don't we have enough law enforcement as it is? In fact, some of these aren't law enforcement, they're just tax collectors. The fact of the matter is this card was designed to fail. Its purpose is to demonstrate through, and he said it in the same breath, card abuse. We're going to have card abuse. I thought we were going to the New World Order, socialism, warm fuzzies, brave New World Order, you know. With that in mind, the boundaries will all be down, and we all get free health care. We're going to take care of everybody till they die, aren't we? Ha, ha, ha. Right out of Orwell's 1984. Reality is this. If we were going to have free health care, why would you need a free card? What they're trying to push, it had nothing to do with health care. It had everything to do with a national ID card, the way Germany, the way Russia, the way every communist state has ever had or socialist state has ever had. And this nation has never had. The difference between being free and being a slave. Oh, by the way, don't travel outside your region without it, which they're already talking about too. What are you doing in Area 5, sir? May I see your papers? You all thought you'd never see that in your lifetime, did you? They're genuinely talking about this. They're openly talking about this. 3 Fridays ago, in U.S. News and World Report, USA Today on page 3, upper right quadrant of the paper, 1/3 of a page, instead of saying national health care or service card for military loans or for government education loans, national ID card system to be tested. What's happened is this. In their urgency, and I think everybody's seen this, they're on a gallop, aren't they? They're in a mad rush. In fact, just like the crime bill, they were so urgent to get it in, to get it done now. So with the health care, for the same reason, they need the cards because they've got to be able to use them for the checkpoints and whatever else is going to be necessary. And yes, there will be. Make no illusion of this. Well, strangely enough, with a national ID card, this is not unlike something we saw in Russia. It was called an internal passport. I worked with a lot of defectors in the middle 70s through the late 70s. And one of the gentlemen, as he said, there were basically 7 lines of numbers on your ID card. Your national ID card in Russia, if you did not memorize, and there were about 14 letters and numbers in each one, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if they stopped you, can I see your papers? And you did not memorize every one of those. If you failed with one, that was justification to take you to jail. At the arbitrary discretion of the individual who stopped you. Also, what this did, as with the health care card, what are they telling you now too? This is happening right now. They've told you flat out, National Public Radio and everybody else. If you do not have the card, you don't get any service. Carrot. It's a carrot. See? And we have this stick called the health police too, of course, if you try to get service. Well, in Russia, they did the same thing. Only in Russia, what did they call it? Internal exile. Oh, we'd never live to see that in our country. Oops. This is a national program in place and in motion now. Not 2 years down the road, not 3 years down the road. It is in motion now, ladies and gentlemen. Let me explain to you. Pilot program, we have, by the way, only thought you were the victim state and nobody else. We're sorry. That little article that we saw 3 weeks ago, or a little under 3 weeks ago, stated that 5 states will be the pilot states. 5. Simultaneously. I don't know who the other 4 victims are because they didn't list them. But we know about California. You want to know why? The card that's being passed around came from your state government. That card that you have there was the sample card that's being given out as an example. So it was carried all the way across the country, and we carried it all the way back. Just as a little example, this was the loser, for anybody who'd like to see it. I would like these back. And for those of you who are curious, oh yes, they have new plans for the government to, here's the Army's new military ID card. Don't leave home without this either. This, of course, will be supplanted by the new national ID card also. Military personnel and anybody else who's with the regime or with the government will have probably a series of cards. And if they do not have any of their papers correct, again, I'm going to teach you a word tonight you might remember from the first tape. Indefinite detention. Under indefinite detention, they have the capability to hold you for up to 2 years without trial, without lawyer, and without charges. Yes, executive orders. Most of you are familiar with executive orders, right? Well, when I was in school, I was taught that, the president can't pass laws. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Oh, just go and do your job and shut up. Once we're done dumbing you down, just keep on doing what you do best. Put the blinders on and just move ahead. Shuffle in line. Executive orders are set up in such a way that what takes place is the executive order is generated, it is presented before both the House and the Senate, and if it is not challenged in 30 days, it becomes law. 3 executive orders have been generated which create the color of law, and again, I'll go right back to our best document here, this one, as it's stated in the Declaration of Independence, the color of law to create the police state they're looking forward to. Now, the first one that is most important is the Directive 25, which nobody has a complete copy of. The only thing we have seen is a summary. Now, I will say this. Never, and this is how I got into this, by the way, how I got into trouble most recently when we were getting into American peril and called to arms. I don't want somebody to interpret the law for me. They've already told you and me that ignorance is no excuse, right? You go to a court of law right now, ignorance is no excuse, ma'am. You should have had your safety belt on, and that'll be $200. Okay? Well, for that reason, under the Freedom of Information Act, you demand the executive orders. You want copies. It also puts a burden on the other side, too, by the way, and I like that. Ask for something, and they have to send it. Now, remember, be patient, because you're going to ask, they're not going to send it, you're going to have to call again. Then they're not going to send it again, so you're going to have to ask again. Probably you may have to ask 3 times. In most cases, they'll try to refuse you for obvious reasons. They do not want you to see what's actually happening in the system. But even if you get the interpretation, it is bad enough that there's no way they can hide the truth. How bad is it? This literally transfers most military authority of the United States over to the United Nations. It sets up the guideline and the criteria for transferring the authority to govern our forces directly to the General Assembly and to the Governor General of Military Affairs for United Nations operations. Is anybody familiar with who's in charge of United Nations military forces and always has been and always will be? That's right. A Russian military officer will always be in charge of all UN forces. Period. Always has been, always will be. It's part of the rules they drew up to try and bring the Russians in as our furry friends. The sad part is this. The same people who brought you the harvest of sorrows, the same people who slaughtered virtually millions across Russia, Asia Minor, who were involved up until a short time ago in a senseless slaughter called Afghanistan, those same men who were doing this overseas are now going to be working with people they can see eye to eye with, the FBI, the ATF, and other alphabet soup agencies, ladies and gentlemen. There aren't any KGB in breadlines. In fact, as was publicly announced, and it's behind the times. If you're hearing it in the public media, understand this, you're a year behind at least. But the same people that slaughtered millions overseas are now going to be brought in as brothers in arms with the alphabet soup agencies. First, it tells you, sadly enough, how isolated our law enforcement with regard to these federal forces are from the American people. And it also shows you just how far we've gone when they can actually sit down at the table with them and feel comfortable. You better start worrying. Remember this, that to be in charge of the KGB, you first had to be willing to use the gun. And do it time and time and time and time and time again. Those are the people that they're going to be employing. Thank you. Now, for those of you who missed it, to say, well, I haven't seen any Russian troops in the United States, and I don't think there are any here, this was very isolated, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't see this until we came here, by the way. It's a transparency, but I want you to pass this around. Russian special forces and military personnel being trained in the United States in the use of dynamic entry. The same type of forced entry they used at Waco to slaughter Americans off, and there's a photograph of Russian personnel in San Francisco being trained. Things like this are happening all over the United States and have been for the last couple of years, if not several years in many cases. Yes, we've had foreign military training in this country, and we've always kept a tight leash on them. We know the threat of foreign forces that jackboots on American soil. Fact. And to have these creatures in our country is a disgrace to the American Constitution and Bill of Rights, knowing what they are. And also knowing what they intend. For most of you will understand this. The secret police might shoot on American citizens, violating their oath to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, but your brothers and sisters in the Army and the National Guard and the Reserve have a totally different mindset. And your local law enforcement's the same way. They know they have an obligation. They can see it coming. Ask them. Talk to them. They're here. That's good. Thank you. That's good. The reason I say that is because we are at that boiling point in time where if we do not stop this now by bringing it to light, people ask me, what can we do? That thing should be from the rooftops in every part of the country and every home in this land to understand what's happening. And it's but one small part. But the fact of the matter is they are emboldened by the fact that their plan is being disclosed. They are coming into the light of day. And as we all know, these people do not they normally live in darkness. They cannot suffer light, they cannot suffer truth. And the bottom line is that these people haven't had their teeth pulled, instead they've given them better fangs. Yeah. Now they are like the vampire, by the way, and I've referred to this constantly, and I guess it's the best way to explain it. Why is it the first thing they've always done when they've come to us, every one of you, is you need to give something away. Give it to me and you'll feel safer. Thank you. You just give me your rights. Give me your Constitution. Join me and together we can bring order to America. Paraphrase. Yes. Well, the idea here is, as we know, they don't intend on any America other than that which started with or ended with a K. And the problem is that these people, of course, if they could not get us to surrender what we own, that they're eventually going to have to try and take. Now, if you think you can stop them from doing it, bureaucratically, I will tell you, you can't. Why? They have systematically targeted all the mechanisms to ensure that they cannot be routed out with a pencil. Bottom line. It is no accident. And so it must be understood that as in the past, as we've had to stand for the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and the Bill of Rights, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters of the West, you get a chance to do it again. If you truly believe in your oaths of allegiance when you were soldiers, or if you were working for the government, or if you're law enforcement, or even if you are a citizen, which is not common, but a sovereign or a citizen here, you have an oath of allegiance, or at least an obligation and a responsibility to protect and defend our constitutions.
Amen.
You do. I do not have to force it upon you, but I think, unfortunately, your enemy is going to force it himself. We are now at a point where there's no way that we can turn. Think about this. We've drawn a line in the sand with our children in education. There are some people here who know about OBE. We've drawn the line with taxes, and we're pretty well fed up with that. I know, I've seen enough of it across the country. We have now drawn a big line with regard to firearms. Personal property, your farmland, your rights. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you try to push one way, remember this, they're going to push you back across another line somewhere else. You're now pretty well boxed in. In fact, most of you may have said in the past, and a lot of you have, I know I've heard it time and again, I'll fight when they come to my doorstep. They're here. You all got what you wanted. Now comes the test. It's not that we don't have the numbers. It's not that we don't have the intelligence. We simply have to have the intestinal fortitude to say one very simple word, which you all learned when you were 2 years old. No! Try it again. No! See how easy that is? See, even if you're older, you don't forget it. Yep, that's the best tool that we have available right now. Now what I'm going to do is, I know there's a lot more we have here, and I think, again, these are transparencies, but they can still be used. We have several different examples, and we're going to touch on the basic mechanisms. And what I'd like to do then, I'm going to give you all a break because I know everybody's warm. But what I'd like to do then is go to question and answer. And the reason, as I said earlier, I know you have a myriad of questions. There's a lot of things you're either worried about or you just haven't seen. And again, if we can't point you in the right direction, there's a lot of good patriots here that I've seen already that are more than experienced and educated enough. And by the way, when you're done learning from them, and I'm always learning, don't ever think that you're educated enough. That's how nations fall. We have to constantly be educating and learning, understanding how to be part of government. By the way, before we break on this, I'm going to remind you of something that I've spoken to general staff officers, I've talked to flag officers from different parts of the country, I've spoken to law enforcement, I've spoken to enlisted men, NCOs, and there's one question that they ask, and everybody else, I'm sure in this is going to ask this question later: where does the American military stand? Well, they ask this question: where do the American people stand, Mark? How can the officers, how can the soldiers know what to do if the American people do not give them a direction? So the question that the soldiers ask me is this: Mark, we can fight this war, we can win. They forced us to train many of the secret police. They're training to kill. They're training to slaughter. And for that reason they ask, not if, but when we fight, will the American people stand side by side with the soldiers? Yeah. Will you? That's what they need to hear. Let me give you the response, and we'll have a copy of it here. Let me give you the response when asked, would you be willing to fire on American citizens? Many officers said this: when ordered to fire on our fellow Americans, we shall turn and use those weapons on the people who give us the orders. It's not that we don't have brother and sister patriots. It's that...
Excuse me, sir. We must fight along with the peace officers here in this community, too.
Yes, that's what I meant. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Because men and women that are here, that are local, know you, they live with you. Many of them are your relatives, your brothers, your sisters, family, friends, people you went to school with. You must address them and let them know that you are with them. You know, it's very easy to say something, by the way. I'll fight to the last drop of your blood. That's easy, isn't it? And Americans have been doing that for too long again. In fact, I liken it to what we call the Hobbit syndrome. We've been protected for a long time and blessed for a long time, but in some ways it has cursed us because we have sat for too long. Our enemies perceive and do not understand the nature of what being an American is. Right. The freedom that we've earned, the freedom that in fact, with blood and sweat and tears, we have acquired and we have kept. They do not perceive or understand it, and in their greed and their avarice, they are coming. They are coming. Make no mistake about it. Now you get to decide by looking at your brothers and sisters here whether or not you are going to fall or stand. Which is it? Now, let's take a break and get some air. I'll hand the microphone over. If there are any here, well, get them. Don't steal.
Now, we want you all to know that if you are in law enforcement or you have friends who are in law enforcement, you have the opportunity tonight to get a very important resource at the table in the back. There are Vampire Killer 2000s available. That may sound like a strange title. Jack McClam, former policeman in Arizona, has made that available.
How can I convince you when your ears refuse to hear? You turn your heart away from me each time when I draw near. Your eyes refuse to meet with mine, they glance away in fear, as if you should not look at your reflection in the mirror. How can I explain to you when you won't understand? You scoff me and you mock me and reject the truth at hand. You spread your vicious rumors all across this troubled land. You willfully and knowingly transgress from his command. Your eyes have been made up for you by people you don't know. Stock machines control the scene so well it doesn't show. How can I contain this anguish and this pain, knowing that your eyes are blinded by the lies? Have your eyes been blinded by the lies? Have your eyes been blinded by the lies? Yes, your eyes are blinded by the lies. Yes, your eyes are blinded by the lies. Every time I think about the damage that's been done, the anger wells inside me till I'm almost overcome. I want to tear the moon out of the sky and block the sun. Why do I feel so all alone, like I'm the only one? Even though your eyes are open, they may never ever see. Your mind may never comprehend the sinful subtlety. Your heart may never hunger for the truth that sets you free. Your soul may know the darkness of divine eternity. Like petty thieves who plunder in the shadows of the night, they break inside and enter through the windows of your mind. How can I control this poisoning of the soul? These lies that blind your eyes, blinded by the lies. Have your eyes been blinded by the lies? Have your eyes been blinded by the lies? Yes, your eyes are blinded by the lies. Yes, your eyes are blinded by the lies. Your mind has been made up for you by people you don't know, whose stock machine controls the scene so well it doesn't show. How can I contain this anguish and this pain, knowing that your eyes are blinded by the lies? Have your eyes been blinded by the lies? Have your eyes been blinded by the lies? Yes, your eyes are blinded by the lies. 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 Have your eyes been blinded by the lies? Yes, your eyes are blinded by the lies.
This is a song that's on the Watch Out for Martial Law album, and It's entitled "The Federal Reserve Isn't Federal at All." And it goes like this. Oh, the Federal Reserve isn't federal at all. It isn't even close to being constitutional. It's fraudulently shoved this country up against the wall. Oh, the Federal Reserve isn't federal at all. Would you like to know the reasons why your taxes are so high? Would you like to know what fuels inflation every time you buy? Would you like to know who takes the biggest slice out of your pie? It's the Federal Reserve, and I'm here to tell you why. It's not that complicated to explain in layman terms. When something's really rotten, it is sure to crawl with worms. And that something really rotten happened in this nation's past. It's been feeding on our posterity until now we're sinking fast. Whoa, the Federal Reserve isn't federal at all. It isn't even close to being constitutional. It's fraudulently shoved this country up against the wall. Oh, the Federal Reserve isn't federal at all. How would you like to print up money on your very own private press and loan it out to all your friends at staggering high interest? Bet it wouldn't take too long until you own the whole neighborhood. Well, that's what the Fed's been doing since our Congress said they could. Well, our Congress shirked their duty back in December 1913. That's when the value of our money changed from gold to inky green. And when they shrugged the Constitution off, they damned this nation's fate. It was a blatant violation of Article 1 and Section 8. Whoa, the Federal Reserve isn't federal at all. It isn't even close to being constitutional. It's fraudulently shoved this country up against the wall. Whoa, the Federal Reserve isn't federal at all. You got the FBI, the FCC, the Federal Trade Commission Agency, and they all have one thing in common, that is they're federal. But here's one thing, if you have not guessed, there ain't a thing federal about the Federal Express, and the only thing federal about the Reserve is that it's criminal. Well, if I was to tell you that we're under martial law, and there ain't no sense in waiting for the final axe to fall, and that the money that we're spending's really military script, would you say that I've gone crazy, or would you think that I've been hip? Whoa, the Federal Reserve isn't federal at all. It isn't even close to being constitutional. It's fraudulently shoved this country up against the wall. Oh, the Federal Reserve isn't federal at all. No, the Federal Reserve isn't federal. It's just criminal at all. Let's just dump it. Thank you. This is a song called Hang 'em High. And I had so much fun with this song, you can't believe how much fun. And I like the expression on some of these congressmen's face when somebody says, "Have you heard this song?" A bureaucrat woke up one day with nothing much to do. He tried to put his street clothes on but couldn't find his shoe. The night before he tied one on, now cobwebs fills his head. By afternoon he called in sick and then went back to bed. The next day he felt shaky, but he made it off to work and voted to increase his pay and take another perk. Although the people cried out loud and told him what to do, instead of trying to cut the costs, he increased revenue. Yippee-yi-yo, yippee-yi-yay. Tax hikes are on the way. And he said, tax 'em, tax 'em, tax 'em, though it breaks their backs 'em. Tax 'em where they run, where they hide. In winter's freezing weather, if we can't tax their sweater, we'll try to tax the hair off their hide. My congressman just voted yes to increase foreign aid. Although our nation's infrastructure's worn and torn and frayed, while veterans and nation sons become the unemployed, since NAFTA passed, those aliens will gladly fill the void. Yippee-yi-yo, yippee-yi-yay. Vengeance is on the way. I say we hang 'em, hang 'em, hang 'em, till their toes are dangling. Stretch those traitors' necks, hang 'em high. Before they up and bust us, let's use old-fashioned justice and go out and get a rope and hang 'em high. My senator just voted yes to pass the Brady bill. He thinks if he can take my guns, it's him who won't get killed. He doesn't give a hang about the crime he helps create, as long as bribes keep coming in. Americans can wait. Yippee-yi-yo, yippee-yi-yay. Vengeance is on the way. It's time we hang 'em, hang 'em, hang 'em, till their toes are dangling. Stretch those traitors' necks, hang 'em high. Before they up and bust us, let's use old-fashioned justice and go out and get a rope and hang 'em high. Check 'em out, find 'em out, look 'em up, find 'em out. If they're in, vote 'em out. If they're out, hunt 'em down. Drag 'em into the court like some traitor resort. Use your vote like a rope, hang 'em high. Hang 'em high. Yeah. Thank you very much.
There was
question, who am I? Because some of you people are new, of course. There's different levels here. Originally, well, first of all, my name is Mark Koernke, Koernke. That's for anybody who is with the government who doesn't know how to spell, because trust me, with the government, I've never seen my name spelled right yet, okay? I've seen it every way you can imagine, but the way it's supposed to be written, unless we do it ourselves. Originally, 1975 through 1977, I worked with attached services with 1st 12 Special Forces, 131st Detachment in Radio Communications, and also as a Pathfinder, and also with 40th Ranger out of Michigan, which became the 425th LERP Company, or presently is the 425th. The 425th is the last Special Warfare Unit left in what was 5th Army, now 4th U.S. Army. It's interesting to note, by the way, that the unit that I worked with at present is training Spetsnaz personnel inside the United States in Michigan. And before we left, I met with several NCOs who gave us the lowdown, a specific story on how long they've been training them and where they have been. The original cover story on that, by the way, is that they were Latvians. After about 3 weeks, it was understood they were not Latvians, they were Russian nationals. And so we've had a number in the state of Michigan already. In fact, there have been 3 companies in the upper part of Michigan and Grayling. Now, for 1977 on, I was recruited with U.S. Army Intelligence, where I worked as a 96B intelligence analyst. I am school trained, not an OJT person, so I was originally stationed with U6, U.S. Army Intelligence Center out of Fort Huachuca, Arizona. From there, I went on to work with 5th U.S. Army, with 5th U.S. Army Intelligence, as a 97C counterintelligence coordinator, and also as a classified records custodian. Now, that sounds a little glorified. Basically, it's a person who says, this is classified, this isn't. This is classified, this isn't. And I did what a lot of other people did like Ollie North. We knew how to shred and burn quite well. Okay? And in the process, I also had an opportunity to wear many hats, and it was a blessing in disguise. In 1980, if you'd come to me to discuss the concept of conspiracy, as we call it, or the conspiracy theory, some people are familiar with this. Many of you are here, I'm sure. If you'd come to me in 1980 and tried to talk about it and your life depended on it, you'd have died. Okay? What we're talking about right now was not the farthest thing from my mind. We'd already had some strange things happening, but this wasn't where I planned on being in 1994, trust me. A decade plus later, things have changed. Well, in 1981, after serving with an inspection group, we had toured a facility in Detroit. I was walking with a lieutenant who I'd gone to college with and who I'd served with. We began to talk about the subject, or he brought up the subject about new positions in the military with the detention camps. Well, of course, I wanted to be a career person. I was on a career track. I was thinking 20 and out, like any of you who've been in the military usually think when you first get in or have been in for a while. So I didn't say anything because I didn't want to interrupt what he was coming up with. But then he started talking about the fact that, well, these are, of course, these detention facilities would require interrogators, camp security coordinators, and other additional personnel. And I thought, well, military command. He said, no, this is for civilian operations. And that was like, Well, this is something I'd never heard of before. And so as we walked and talked for about 45 minutes, I let him amble on, and I got little bits and pieces about the idea of a program we now know as the REX series of exercises. This is the REX program, REX 84. First starting as REX 81, 82, 83, then the 84 program, which was culminated in a national simulated takeover of the country by FEMA and by other agencies. Well, after about 45 minutes, this individual I'd known for many years looked at me and realized with a red face that I had incorporated nothing into the conversation. He'd been talking too much. And that's the last we spoke for the last 14 years, and I haven't seen him since. In fact, he actually kind of quit his job and went on to another area, knowing that if I'd said anything, his butt was in the fire. Well, of course, it's got the old brain basket to start cranking, and for me, of course, you're at first in denial. This can't be, or I must have misinterpreted this, or something I don't know. Something I don't know is happening, or I don't understand what's going on. So I sat down with another gentleman who I'd also gone to school with, and I'd known for quite a few years. And after about 4 hours of argument, and it was a knockdown, drag out, I'm going to chew your butt kind of argument about this is wrong, I realized that a lot of other people did know what was happening, and that we were right in the heart of one of the many activities that were taking place. I was with a headquarters company at the time with one of the reserve divisions, working at an active mission. Well, When push came to shove, and as I investigated a little more, I understood exactly what we were facing. And 10 years is a long time, as everybody knows, and a decade have changed quite a bit. Self-educated. I had the blessing of being able to make contact with some people who aren't with us anymore. I made the mistake of being ignorant and not taking the advantage of being able to meet people that I could have that would have been priceless, that had data that they collected for years. So as I told you earlier today, start talking to each other, pay attention and listen. There's a lot of work that's been done that's going to save you a world of hurt and misery. Take advantage of it now. Well, I also have organized, when I, OPFOR Training Command, OPFOR, if you don't want to know how it's spelled. OPFOR Training Command had two subservient elements, first and second OPFOR groups. We were an aggressor force simulating foreign military. I specialized in Russian theater of operations, strategic ops. And so we were actually the aggressor forces for 5th U.S. Army, now changed to 4th U.S. Army. We participated with Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, active, reserve, and National Guard components. So we had a chance to see virtually all branches of service and participate with virtually everybody in the uniformed services at one time or another in the last 10 years. I am very familiar with what it is to be a training officer. Trust me. Not only have we trained regular forces, but we've cycled over 10,000 militiamen in the last decade, plus. In fact, the numbers aren't really accurate there. We know it's greater. In doing so, we created the groundwork for the militia that we knew we would need in the future. And those have become the cadres that have created a greater and greater strength in the Midwest for us. We have many men that are trained. We are very familiar with the situation. It was long-term planning that we're looking for, and as you can see, we are going to need it. In doing this, I had an opportunity to talk to many experienced individuals, and so I've collected more bits and pieces. Many people have come forward realizing that much of what they're participating in is wrong. As we have said, we are seeing a greater number of foreign forces inside the United States, but not training as military. Training as enforcement mechanisms to be used against you. You. It's going to be all of us when the time comes, U.S. And that's really why the fire was put under my hind end to get out there and do things. Back in 1988, by the way, to give you a little background on how we really got moving, for a long time we'd actually collect data and we would just generate it. Much of what you've seen was very quietly put together by us with factual background information and sent out to the country with no name. Some people have put their name to that data in the past, and I don't care about that, other than to let you know that we've done a lot of work and there's a lot of good men that spent much of their time trying to arm other patriots. We were trained as covert soldiers, though. This is not my idea of the way to fight a war necessarily if I wanted to stay alive for a longer period of time. On the other hand, I know this, that we had no choice but to step forward. Well, in 88, 89, it was demonstrated as to why maybe I should. Upon asking for a couple of laws, PL 100-690, which all of you should try to at least discover for yourselves, and there are copies available, the first of the omnibus crime packages came into existence. This was the single most comprehensive piece of legislation this nation has ever seen. It incorporated much of what you're holding in your hands right now. The first approval for the national ID card that you have out there in the audience came in 1989. The money change, which everybody talks about, was already elaborated about in PL 100-690. Well, I made the mistake of asking for a series of DoD budget amendments, PL 100-690, and a lot of other legislation all at once. And so the area director of the FBI decided he had to come to my workplace and explain to me what it is I shouldn't be doing. Well, don't light a fire like that under my rear end, because I know full well that once they do know who you are, there is no sense in hiding. And the first thing that he said was, "You've been asking for legislation from your representative and your senator. You've been in communications with them." "Yes." "How do you feel about assault weapons?" You know, and he leaned forward in his chair. Of course, this is an office in the lower part of a building at Friday at 3 in the afternoon. No police officer, as many policemen will know, come to visit at 3 in the afternoon unless they'd like to take you home by 4 o'clock and make sure you don't go back to your place of residence for the rest of the weekend. So he asked me, "Well, how do you feel about assault weapons?" And I said, "Well," I sat back in my chair and I looked at him and I said, "Well, I'm buying as many as I can get my hands on, and I'm telling my neighbors to buy all they can. Why?" And he just kind of looked at us like, you know, what do you say to that? You know, you're trying to terrify me. Well, then he, of course, made an interesting comment, and there was a question here about that. He said, well, you know, if need be, we could find a person to put you at the scene of a crime. And he looked me right in the eye just like that and said that. I said, that's interesting. Now, I wasn't scared. If I could give you a little warning here that he didn't have until he realized, he saw his business card in my hands before he got there. Actually, I had it in a notepad. We have friends all through the system, trust me. As somebody said before, Mark, you don't know how many friends you have out there. Which is probably true, I don't. Well, back in 1989, that was the first step, and it helped me a great deal to understand that obviously I hit the right tooth. Not only had I hit the right tooth, but I was boring on the right cavity, and I was making somebody squirm. Okay, so I had to ask myself, well, gee, this is only a public law. What are they so worried about? Well, as I began to read and understand the ramifications of what we were seeing, PL 100-690 was the groundwork for the New World Order in its final phases. It's half of a wall. Not a wall that was being built up from below, brick at a time. It was literally half of a wall with components, many of them almost complete. What you have just seen is the other half of the wall built with the crime bill that just passed. They come together just like this. They're complete. They now have what they want. Now there are little bits and pieces, and they've got to tuck some mortar here and there, and they're going to have to shove a few more bricks in different spots. But the reality is this. The machinery is in place, and now they need only be given the order, and that's what they're waiting for. As I said earlier, and I'll remind you about this, they were very urgent to get that law through the House and the Senate. Why did he wait to sign it? You better start wondering. He had it right here in front of him. It's because now they're looking at public opinion, and right now they are moving their forces, and they are preparing for the actions that they have planned for not just months, but years. And they are ready to move things into place. Remember, the only weapon that our enemy has is terror, like sitting in my office at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. Daddy didn't train no fool. My father, by the way, was a sheriff's deputy for just about 40 years. So I've been around law enforcement all my life, one way or another. All my relatives, aunts and uncles, and everything in between have been involved with government or law enforcement, and that's how I kind of got into it. I thought, gee, I'd like to be just like the rest of the family. Of course, I find out later my dad didn't exactly want me to go into military intelligence. He had all these people coming around you never know in gray suits and black suits asking questions of the neighbors that they didn't want asked or answered. And I didn't find this out, by the way, because my dad's kind of tight-lipped until last year. That's nice to know after you pick a career. And it was years ago. Well, what's interesting is this, that in all the time that I was building up to this, I never expected this. In fact, I always had this hope at first years ago that this would never get this far. Like all of you, there's a point where you get into a denial phase, where you kind of say, on the one hand, yeah, I understand, but they wouldn't do this to us, or they're not going to burn the house down. Why would they destroy it? Why would they fractionalize the nation and do what they're going to do? Well, the bottom line is this, it's because they're greedy. They have an insatiable greed. They're not satisfied with having, they're just simply satisfied with taking, and constantly taking. That's the only thing I can describe. And with myself, in 1989, I finally had to make a decision, I guess, and so we kind of worked towards more of a public angle, trying to get the information out and presenting it to people. And trust me, as you may all know, 4 years ago and 5 years ago, we took a lot of criticism. I had people laugh left and right. We had the documents in our hands. Oh, they'll never do that. You'll never see it. You'll never see a national police force. You'll never see foreign troops in America. You'll never see them pass a gun confiscate. Yes. And for many of you, as you already know, people who used to laugh, in many cases, won't even look you in the eye anymore. Because now it's gone the other way. Now it's where you got to put your money where your mouth is. As I said before, a lot of people have commented, well, I'll fight them when they get to my doorstep. I prefer fighting when they're down the road. Okay? Now, with regard to that, I want to make a comment, too. There's a thing that I have, and I always refer to it because you're an old, new group of people, but Every morning when I come into work, and you know, there are days when you really don't want to, and trust me, I know that I'm in fact making a decision very soon as to whether or not I'm going to be able to work for the U of M much longer anyway. They may make the decision for me anyway. But there comes a point where you come in and you sit down, and every morning in front of me, and I make sure it's never obstructed, is an 8.5 by 11 photocopy of a Patriots quiz. It's only 2 questions. The first question is, what will you do when they come for your weapons? Answer, question mark. The second question is, what will they do when they come for your neighbor's weapons first? That's the challenge. Because we cannot individually face this, we have to face this as a whole. We have to stand together, shoulder to shoulder, side by side. If we don't, yes, we may fail. Now that doesn't mean you all have to necessarily, like I said, agree with everything the next party says. We have the beauty of being able to think whatever way we wish to. But as we pointed out to patriots all over the nation, ladies and gentlemen, if we do not fight this fire, this house shall burn down. And none of you will have a place to debate or argue anything. None of you will have the right to say anything that you wish. Because there will be one iron fist. Oh, by the way, where did I get that term? Well, another request was, because we do need to bring everybody up to speed, and we will. Who are we facing? What is the mechanism? And how did it come about? Well, back in 1989, we demonstrated with information we had from our own state, which was kept regionalized, by the way. We now know that in different parts of the country this same program was presented, but most of you didn't pay attention to it because you didn't see it in the media. The MJTF Police, Multi-Jurisdictional Task Force, was first generated in 1988 through 89, and it was designed to be an all-encompassing umbrella to take local law enforcement, take your county authority out of your hands and put it at the federal level. It was another way for them to usurp your control over government. And what they wanted to do is try and make sure that your first line of defense, the men in blue and the men that are in brown here, that are with your county and with your local police departments, your constables, your peace officers, your deputies, would not have the authority or the capability to control their own destinies. And you wouldn't have any say in the matter. Now the MJTF Police, their motto, the MJTF Police are the velvet glove on the iron fist. Anybody ever get hit with an iron fist? Velvet glove make any difference? No. So obviously what they're demonstrating is that they were creating an illusion. The illusion of warm fuzzy with a right behind it. And so we did illuminate this to certain people. We elaborated, we brought it up into the light, we showed them, look, see, oh yeah, they'll never do that. But behind the scenes, many local politicians who were involved at state government, local as in your local republic where you live, inside the state government, they did know about this. And in fact, they were busy formulating how to try and get down into local government and your city government, etc. They were not successful everywhere because many men and women understood the ramifications of this, and throughout the country it was slowed down. Part of it because of, as the Little Brother Information Network was making some noise, and word of mouth did wonders between law enforcement, between local government, between even state government, where the state was trying to slow this down. Well, we knew that the MJTF police would not last long. And so every one of you have now had a new word incorporated into your vocabulary that you said you'd never hear. National Police Force. You told me this before. A lot of you probably even said, well, they might get away with a lot of things, but they never say that. They've said it publicly, ladies and gentlemen. They have told you uncategorically we're going to have a national police force. Well, one step after that is an international police force. Now let me give you an example of why you want to keep law enforcement close. And this is not to deride any law enforcement officer here, but remember that you are cohabitating. So that if something happens that's not right, you, yes, have a way you can have input into the department. You know the people you're dealing with. Well, imagine if now we have a national police force and they don't like all of us here, and they especially don't like the uniformed officers that are here. They move in the national police force, and who do they answer to? Do they answer to you? No, they're beholden to a federal check. Why is it for all the years in this nation, and for all the opportunities that we had right from the very beginning, by the way, Why is it from the very beginning we didn't have a national police force? Did the government, and that's you and me, did the American people trust the idea? No. George Washington, Jefferson had more than ample opportunity to create it. But what did they just get through fighting? A national police force. The New World Order, England. The sun never sets on the British Empire. That was the New World Order of its day, encompassing the globe from sunrise to sunset. Never could you leave the authority of the crown. And their goal was to take that to the whole planet if they had their way. British monarchy. Well, trust me when I say this. If you don't understand that that's the enemy you're still facing today, then I'm going to ask you something. You're seeing in Europe right now, socialism is already dying, isn't it? In Europe, socialism is bankrupt. Well, what's going to happen when socialism goes bankrupt and socialism all over the globe goes bankrupt? Oh, we're going to privatize. How many of you have two nickels to rub together to buy a company or a business right now outright with cash? There's not a single hand raised again. You know why? Because I know you're as indebted as I am. Well, when they say privatization, what's happened is this. First, they've sucked all the wealth out of you. Then they sucked all the businesses out of you. There's no competition because it's become bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And once centralized, oh, now we have a problem with management. And it may take a variation in time to do this, but in Europe it's already happening. We need to privatize. The common man's not buying those businesses. The same monarchical heads that were exempt from the socialist state are now the only people who have the money to buy the businesses. And so, as historically is demonstrated, time runs full circle. They're just a little ahead right now there as opposed to what's happening here. And our national debt is what? $14 trillion plus. $14 trillion. Anybody here got change? Not a single one of you can say with a straight face that you can expect us to pay that debt. Well, let me ask you something. This all ties into MJTF and why we have to get the National Police Force. If you don't pay for your car for 3 months, does the bank let you keep it? No. Darn. If you don't pay for your house because of the money that you created, because you signed for it, many people here could demonstrate to you how you made the money, not the bank. If you don't pay for it for so many months, does the bank let you keep the house? Okay. The U.S. government doesn't pay its national debt to the international bankers. What do you take in exchange for the debt? The country. Thank you. International biospheres. Anybody here know about them? Yep. Yes. International biospheres. The International Monetary Fund and the United Nations has this mission of going into the pockets of nations and drawing out their wealth. Now, most federal agencies right now, by the way, have already been purchased by the IMF. That's why many people who are working for the Fed right now don't realize it, but if they want to, they can make the effort. Next time that you get paid, and you're with the Treasury Department or if you're with any one of the other agencies, look at who generated your check. Your department and the Federal Treasury did not. In many cases, you'll find the check has actually been generated either directly by the IMF, or even if you're with the FBI, it could have been generated by the Department of Agriculture. What sense does that make? Well, different agencies at different times have been controlled or taken over first in exchange for debt. And so as of about 1970 on, you and I have been, unbeknownst to us, have been trading our nation in exchange for more fictitious currency. Well, there's only so much to give away. And in addition to that, international biospheres came into play. The only thing that the Fed does own is, and it's not legal, we all know that, there's a refounding amendment to stop this, federal lands. Now, if you recall, inside the United States, originally in this country, federal meant what? Military and Army and Navy bases, the Washington, D.C. proper, and that was it. Today it means part of this valley we sit in right now. Well, if you can't collect with shekels, then eventually they collect with tangible. And that's what you're seeing here. The eventual transfer of power came with the first of our international biospheres back in the early 70s. And in fact, the Smoky Mountain National Forest is probably the best example. I've got a postcard, might be in the briefcase, I never know, it floats all over the place. But it states uncategorically that it's the Smoky Mountain International Biosphere, not National Forest. Oh, that doesn't make any difference. That's not relevant. Don't worry about it. Good. Then put National Forest back on it. It is important because it demonstrates ownership. In the Carolinas, for the first time ever, we had pictures that were sent to our office and photocopied. It shows the South Carolina forest, and you know what it says? United Nations International Biosphere. Not United States or U.S. Forest or U.S. Forest Service. Oh, by the way, service is also IMF owned. That's why you see Postal Service, Forest Service, Marshal Service. Well, that means it's become like Wendy's and a lot of other places. You can buy the franchise at your discretion. Okay? They can also trade it to somebody else. Well, the MJTF was the first phase, and they're to help out with enforcement. Because after all, once we start to figure out that we're having properties taken, there's another rule that comes into play that we fully believe in, and I think you all understand this with your firearms. Possession is 9/10 of the law. You may want to try and take it, but we all know what's going to happen. Okay? Very simple. Now beyond that, there's obviously going to be an attempt to try and create the color of law to take what it is that we have. With regard to property, this is going to become more exorbitant as we pass through the next several months. But let me give you an example of something you as Californians probably don't know. Did you know that you have the only, you should do this with starry eyes and look off into the heavens. Don't you know that you have the only urban international biosphere in the whole world? Did you know that? Do you know where it is? Does anybody? The Presidio in San Francisco. And we didn't know this until we caught it purely by accident. Who's in the Presidio right now? Gorbachev. And why is Todorish Robotny Gorbachev there? Because he's coordinating the destruction of our military as a base closure officer. That's his project. Base closings in the United States. A man who, as I said before, did that in the 40s and 50s for Stalin and for the KGB, by the way, is now a person who's working for your government in the United States. My, how birds of a feather flock together. Isn't that nice? Oh, he's okay. He's our communist now. That's okay. Well, what else is he doing? Well, he's sitting in the middle of the only international biosphere available, and in fact, in many cases now even, of course, the Presidio has been closed down in general, by the way. We found that out while we were here. But what's fascinating is he also has properties in Florida. He's going to be given properties in Virginia. He has an office at the Naval War College, by what we understand. And strangely enough, has been given all kinds of other accesses like which you can probably not imagine. He's been supported heavily by the CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, which all of you are very familiar with, or most of you will be by the time we're done. And he's also been directly supported by the Rockefellers. What a surprise. As we said, birds of a feather. Now, the MJTF's mission is to make sure that nobody steps out of line locally and brings that authority from the international down to the national and down into your homes. But its name will change, National Police Force. It will be supported by a mechanism called FinCEN, F-I-N-C-E-N. And just in case you've never heard of it, I want to make sure that here's a page here. I'm going to pass this one around also. Make sure it's a transparency, so it's okay. You can still work. This is the present director of FinCEN. Now, I will tell you something. In Russia, it was called the KGB. In Germany, it was the Geheimstaatspolizei. In Kampuchea, it was simply the secret police, or the Red Guard. In China, it's your grandmother. The Grandmother Network. In all cases, spies who collect information, so that nice files can be generated on everybody and they know what everybody's doing. We all understand that. Well, FinCEN will be, by the time they're done, the Geheimstaatspolizei of the United States, or the KGB in purest form, more likely the GRU. Financial Crimes Enforcement Network is a collection agency, but they also have direct ties to international secret police, Interpol, and foreign military secret police forces that come into the United States. They're a coordinating agency. People were in absolute denial up until just a short time ago because, again, it's now in the papers. You can't deny it anymore, that these people even existed. And we were tooth and nail with people to make the effort to find out more about them. What can FinCEN do? I'll give you an example. This woman right here, within a matter of 8 minutes, they can find out everything about all of her licensing, anything, any arms that she's purchased, cats, dogs, and everything in between. All vehicles, all loans, all checking accounts, all credit cards, virtually any documentation on any computer database can be accessed within an 8-minute period, roughly. But not only that, the way the law has been written, and part of this has to do with the Copper Wire Act, for anybody who's interested, anybody who is her neighbor is also authorized for inspection at the same time. Another interesting twist to this is because of this addition to the law. Well, first I should explain, imagine if you will, because of this, imagine if you will, all the information on you and me and everybody in this country is a big water balloon. At this time, there are some restrictions in how much they can access, because we have the Right to Privacy Act, and there are many other pieces that are available, or machines that can be used, or mechanisms we have legally to try and block this. The whole rigmarole. With FinCEN, anything that they collect, they can keep. And so literally what you have, it's like a pin in a water balloon. Eventually, all the water that's in the balloon is going to be in the pan. And so as they collect more and more data, as they can create larger and larger and more extensive investigations, they can collect more and more, and they will become literally an information mogul. They will be another part of the Iron Fist. Now remember, is anybody here familiar with the history of the Gestapo, just as with the GRU? The Gestapo started out, and in fact we call it Gestapo, it was the Geheimstaatspolizei. All they were was a suburban law enforcement mechanism. What happened is they were very good at their job, and they began by collecting more information and coordinating with other secret police mechanisms. Eventually they drove them out of business and proceeded up the ladder to become the most dreaded name in Western Europe. The KGB, which had 7 other names before it, remember it kept changing its letters, alphabet soup mechanism again there, just like here. The NSKVD, the NSKGB, and a variety of other agencies, as they developed, did the exact same thing, but with even greater impunity. And so, Geheimstaatspolizei, Schulzenstapel, aus! The knock at the door at 3 in the morning was, shall we say, rather detrimental to your health. As with the KGB. Solzhenitsyn talked about this, by the way. Oh, how we burned in the camps, realizing that all we need to have done was wait for them in the darkness and in the shadows. 1 at a time, or 2 at a time, or 3 at a time, they not go home when they would attempt their evil. Soon they would have run out of operatives, and the dreaded machine would have ground to a halt. Alexander Solzhenitsyn wrote an excellent book, if you want to understand the path of America, if we continue with this, called The Gulag Archipelago, which has been used for many, many years as an example of police-state mentality. You should read it. It is important to understand, and that's why I say back your local law enforcement, back your politicians, make sure that they're given the strength that they need to do their job right. Once the national takes over and the international is in place, the first that must be done away with are the patriots, and then the law enforcement and the people who understand how it was done. They hate the fact that there might be a living history, a memory of how they did it, because they're never sure of their footing, and they know that eventually people have risen up again and remember the past. If we can break that cycle, and if we maintain a high level of education, we can change what they're going to attempt. Right. But what that means is we have to be strengthened. And we have to strengthen the men that are doing their jobs to make sure that they have what is needed to do their job. What that means is there's going to come a time when each individual is going to have to stand up for what's right. And yes, it may be hard on some occasions, but I'll say this, you're not standing up alone. And by doing what we're doing right now, your numbers are being demonstrated. And don't think this isn't sending a ripple through the rest of their machine. It is. I will say something right now before I go any farther. You will never hear from these lips the word revolution. Never. I have sworn, as I said before, somebody took my Constitution. I have sworn to protect and defend. Oh, I have another one. Thank you, Lord. I better look in more pockets here. I have sworn to protect and defend the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and this is what I stand for. This document is mine. It is unalienable, and there is no way that you're going to wrest this from me. And even if you're ignorant of it, we're going to make sure that eventually you will be knowledgeable, and you'll be able to understand why it's so precious too. And yes, I've heard this again from a lot of, oh, it's an old document. You know what's scary about that, ladies and gentlemen? It is an old document, but man has not changed. Ever.
God doesn't either.
That's right, and God doesn't either. Thank you. The interesting thing about this, as I pointed out, well, we're so modern, things are so different. Really? Why is that lamp shaped the way it is? Because we're only a few generations away from those being candles right there. It's a little more sophisticated, but actually it's a lot easier to shut down and put us into the dark ages because of. We got a little more horsepower under the hood out there as opposed to just a single horse's butt in front of us on the carriage. But the fact of the matter is there's still four wheels on it because things haven't changed that much. Communication's a little different. But again, it's still the concept of a man's mind trying to communicate what he understands or what he's experienced to another human being and use communication effective to do it. The only thing, though, that hasn't changed more so than anything else is human nature. And when these men wrote this document, it is an eerie thought that they threw away all the ideology of technology and they looked at the hearts of men and questioned how to put chains upon government to ensure that tyranny would not take place without us seeing it. That's what this was. Thank you. And so you've been given the best litmus paper money can buy, blood can buy, time can buy. It's right here. Actually, it's priceless. Let me ask you this. If we lose this, how many of you think we're going to get this back?
Zero.
Thank you. Every one of you better understand something. I've got 4 children. That's one of the reasons I'm here. There's no place to hide when this comes. There's no way to surrender this. But because of them, I know that if I do not fight for this, and if need be die for it, though I prefer to make the other guy first die for it, okay? I'm planning on doing that. I can do quite well. I was trained very well by the same people. But when the time comes, I do not want to have to know with my last breath that my children have a right to curse me for failure because I sentenced them to slavery, and their children and their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren. And if we do fail, or if we just simply stand by and do nothing, they have every right to do so. That's the issue. Now, FinCEN is not the least of our worries, ladies and gentlemen. And this is still paramount. This is number 1, the Constitution. Beyond FinCEN is a veritable alphabet soup of mechanisms that some have seen in the media, some we have not, but all of them are now being brought under a new umbrella. And some of you may have heard of this, some of you may not. Is anybody familiar with what Al Gore's job has been for the last year and a half from the beginning of the administration? He was organizing something, wasn't he? He created a new mechanism that has not been on your lips yet because they want to keep us, like mushrooms, feed us horse puckies and let us grow and keep us in the dark so we don't grow. Like mushrooms. I can't use proper terms here, mixed company, but what's interesting is this. The Directorate of Central Law Enforcement. Da, 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 da. Come on, Salt of the International. Sounds like something out of Mother Russia, and oh, what a mother they are. Okay? The Directorate of Central Law Enforcement. I'm expecting to see red and yellow fluttering over the Capitol building here real quick. What this is a central iron fist that will control both the Central Intelligence Agency, FBI, DEA, ATF, and everybody who's out there. Bring them into one place as one body, and most assuredly they will be a force to be reckoned with. Never in the history of this nation have we allowed this to happen. Unlike any time in the past, so much force, so much deadly force, that we've seen demonstrated on national television, by the way, as with Waco, that if we could barely trust them with the powers they have, how can we possibly trust them with this kind of strength? Power corrupts. Absolute power absolutely corrupts. That's what we face now. And that's why Al Gore, Al Gore, that's why Al Gore has been doing such a fine job, as we're familiar with him, the man made of stick. Al Gore's mission is to consolidate the secret police. And in fact, while we certainly don't like the Clintonistas and the Hillarite, what we're looking at is a situation where we don't win either way. If we get rid of Bill, who's in charge? Gore, Hitler, Hillary. Well, yeah, Hillary first, that's true. Sorry about that. But what's interesting is if Al Gore were done away with through the possibility of ejecting him by impeachment, who will we get next? Oh my goodness, what an opportunity that is, right? And then, of course, Bill Benson comes in there, or Lord Benson, okay? Mr. Benson is the Darth Vader of the New World Order right now, you'll notice. If you ever watch these hearings, the Whitewater hearings, by the way, you'll notice how everybody straightened up real quick when he came in the room. He has that little cold stare that he gives with that Cheshire cat curl on the end of his lips. Have you noticed that? When he does that, newsmen wither. Senators begin to stammer. And yet, when this little Whitewater hearing came up, something I watched was very interesting that tells me they were expending a lot of their players. While he was before the Whitewater Committee and he started this, somebody else was in the room. And I've always wondered, and we'll never find out probably, he looked off to the side like this, and all of a sudden when he came back, the smile was gone, the eyes looked older, and he actually looked like he was quivering a little bit. Obviously, the emperor was here. For whatever reason, and whoever it was, it made him age 10 years in his chair, right there. And he totally changed his mannerisms and his activities in that session. I don't know who it was or what signal they gave him, but it tells us that, again, they put him on the leash. The New World Order is so close, by the way, and that's the proper term, New World Order. I know Rush Limbaugh doesn't want to use it, right? But the fact of the matter is, New World Order is what we're facing. The New World Order, excuse me, the New World Order is probably willing to sacrifice 80% of the people that they have, even in higher positions, to gain their goal because they're so close they can taste it. They've spent so much in the way of resources, they have no other choice now. They're committed like a gambler, spending more money on a losing bet and another losing bet, that they now must follow this track even if it's into oblivion. There's a reason for this. Everybody here cannot, there's no way you can argue this. Is it not true that it's almost as if they've been on a dead run for the last 3 months now? Yeah. And you can taste the fear and their sense of concern in the last 4 weeks. The crime bill was probably the best example. Why do you think they're in such a hurry? It's a frenzy, that's right. Because you are on the run. Just as they're starting to reach for the golden ring and their fingers are stretching out and they've almost got them in. Remember the old merry-go-round or the old grab it? And if you did, you got that prize when the thing stopped. Several of them at different times have tried it. Some of them have even had their finger in the ring, but this time they've got the knuckles around it. They can actually feel the tug. And all that's needed is a little more energy, just a little more energy, just a little more. Why is this thing not going around fast enough? And that's what's happening. They're finding we're applying the brake in different ways. Yes, continue with what we're doing with the refounding amendment. Yes, continue what you're doing with communications and education. Yes, do it on radio, do it on television. And then still, prepare the militia for what's going to need to be done. They have been a lazy predator. It's the best way to describe it. Imagine the lion having feasted well, laying on the savannah. He doesn't realize that part of the quarry has gotten away, and they're already on the run. That's you and me. Actually, we're kind of like teddy bears with teeth. He understands that. And while we're certainly in motion, and we're a little warm fuzzy, we are very capable of doing damage to the New World Order that's irreparable. He has now gotten up off his rear end, and he's in motion in a fast chase. We do not have to be a full lap ahead of the enemy. We only need to be 3 steps to win, ladies and gentlemen. And so, the reason I'm here is this is a race. It is urgent, and in fact, it is most assuredly winnable, or I would not say this. They are scared in many ways. Especially the henchmen, by the way. Let me give you an example of what they've spent for the crime bill. Think about this. We had an individual in our own state representative, who said he was with the NRA, who was a member of the board, who was going to support us to the last drop of our blood too. Okay? Before this last crime vote, they had him rip away his mask, resign from the NRA, and vote in favor of the crime bill. A deep spy. They spent somebody that was a deep plant, and they didn't think twice about it in a vote that shouldn't have been that important. But you know what that tells me? They're willing to spend great treasure, especially in manpower, and all of their spies are expendable if need be. And you're going to see this more and more, that people you thought were on friendly terms, in reality, we're on the other side. We're completely in reverse of what you expected. More and more, as they get closer to their goal, and as they find we're not going along with the program, we're not going to accept it, you're going to see them expose themselves time and again. Time and again. The good thing is, we'll know where they all are. Well, the race is on. And the Republic is now in need of every man and woman that it's got. We're going to be facing the MJTF police, which I think will be cast aside, will become the National Police Force. We're going to be facing, of course, the secret police and all manner and variants. The MJTF police will be part of that and eventually be part of this Directorate of Central Law Enforcement. But when we're done, it's going to come down to us against the internationalists. And the first thing I've heard people say is, "Oh, Mark, we're alone." Yeah, you know what? We've always been alone. We've always been alone. When this nation was founded, let me ask you, what other country was like it on the planet? Thank you. Not a single country had interest because they were under the thumb. We were totally unique and strange by anybody's imagination in 1775. Unheard of. And yet, a couple of countries, some for greedy purposes in that they were trying to create, of course, trying to counterbalance the wars in Europe, the French, some nations actually stood up and decided to honor our Declaration of Independence. Does anybody know who the first nation was that did that? France. No, but that's what we usually hear in the history books, and that's what I thought too. Croatia. Croatia in Yugoslavia was the first nation to honor our Declaration of Independence and accept diplomats. Where's the New World Order mixing the planet up right now? Croatia, Africa, Asia. But Croatia was, remember, the first in the media of the nations they punished with war when they decided to change the face of Yugoslavia. Your enemy is very symbolic in nature, and if you were to check the dates, you would find that, again, it would probably, or could probably be attributed to a very historical date when somebody sent dignitaries to the United States, who for the first time honored a rebellious nation that was bent upon freedom. They have a long memory. And that's why something else I'm going to challenge everybody right now that should be done. I want you to stop thinking next year. And I want you to stop thinking 3 years down the road with regard to plans and planning and what you're going to do. I want you to start thinking in terms of decades, half-centuries, and centuries. And the challenge is this: your enemy, the New World Order, has always looked to the long run, the long haul. Where do you want this country to be in 10 years after we fought this war, because it is coming? Where do you want this nation to be 50 years from now and your grandchildren to be? Free. Thank you. Free. 100 years from now, what would you like to see this nation be? The United States of America and these republics. Let me point out something, and this is all tied in. See, I like to do this because this is all relevant. You as an educator, many of you had children probably tonight. I know it was crowded, and I know some of them probably couldn't sit through all this. But many of you have children who are young. I do, and I don't get a chance to take them out enough with me, but I know they always listen. You always find this out the hard way when you got kids. You're sitting there and you think, well, he wasn't listening to anything we said, and somebody will say something about a Patriot question, and my littlest one rattles off the whole statement before I can. He listened to everything we said. They shock me time and again because you think, oh, they're not paying attention. Well, they are paying attention. They're living books, living, walking extensions of your lives, your parents' lives, and your grandparents' lives. I challenge you to this. The generation crap, you know, the generation gap, was not accidental. It was very intentional, ladies and gentlemen. It divided the nation. Why? Some of the ladies and gentlemen here tonight are in their 60s, 70s, maybe in their 80s. Maybe there's somebody who's almost is almost reaching a centennial here. Taking the youngest member of your family and having them sit down and incorporating them instead of separating them, you have a man or a woman who's already lived 60 or 70 years of their life on this planet and have experienced history. By getting your parents and your grandparents and you and your children together, imagine this. You've already seen almost a full century of history. By communicating with that very young mind, hopefully, God willing, that person will live to be 80, 90, or maybe even 100 themselves. You've spanned, by communication, 2 centuries of the history of this nation. And if you pass on what you know, imagine what a precious gift that is, because that history can never be taken away. It can never be burned behind the library. It can be never erased from a tape. And you will affect directly the future of the nation. Think of how precious that is. And when I said a century out, think about it. Realistically, you can touch this nation 100 years into the future, because that young man is going to become a grandfather someday, God willing, also. And so if he teaches the way you taught, and the way you taught, and the way you taught, then he most assuredly will touch yet another 100 years beyond him. That's my goal. That's what we need, and that's what will preserve the nation and preserve our history, no matter how many of us fall. That's my dream. That's what I hope for. That communication is crucial. By the way, something I'll point out here. I'll ask, actually. If I fall, and it is possible it will happen, and I will never know, and I pray to God it doesn't, because I want to see the end of this so I can be there for the trials and hang these buggers. Right? But if I fall, who will pick up the flag and replace me, I ask you? I will. Thank you. If you will, then even if it's 10 yards at a time, even if it takes us a decade, one way or another, we're going to Washington. One way or another, this republic will be free again and established. And you are going to do it. Thank you.
Mark is going to start a shortwave program Friday? Probably Friday. So how many people here have shortwave radios? Yeah. And what he's going to be announcing is that he will be returning to Bakersfield in approximately 3 weeks on one condition. Can we fill the convention center in Bakersfield? Yeah. 3 weeks to tell every single person you know, every military, every law enforcement personnel. And Bob James has the flyers that we use for this meeting. It has my number on it. You could call my number. And Richard is always happy to take your calls at KDNO. Right? And then he refers you to me. So if anybody doesn't have my telephone number, it's 665-1431. Keep in touch with me about how many people you think can come, and we really want local law enforcement, we want military.
Monday through Friday? Well, we're going to see how that works out, because it'll be next Friday, it'll be the first program. And it'll be 9 o'clock our time, about 6 o'clock in the evening your time, on 5.810. Now, a lot of people, by the way, we'll mention this about shortwaves. A lot of people know that frequency was given to the Patriot Net because it isn't as effective a frequency. A lot of your newer radios might not quite catch it. So if you are going to go out and buy a shortwave, test it. Remember, you got the receipt, take it back. But if you do take it back, mark it with a little piece of red tape on the back so when the other Patriots go in to try these radios out, they know it's not a radio they want too. Okay? But remember that frequency is right on the bottom of the dial, and some of your radios are blocked out so they can't quite get it on occasion. So test your radios. Another thing, you can get the old shortwaves. Older is better. They may be bulky, and tube sets are priceless, but they'll work forever, beyond probably the time you and I will be on this planet. Thank you.
Now I've got a song that's the title cut to the one collection we have back there called Watch Out for Martial Law. The title kind of sounds real serious, but in a way it is real serious, but it's kind of funny because who is martial law? How do you put a finger on who is and what is martial law these days? Is it the little guys in the blue berets with the UN insignia on it, or is it your local county sheriff who doesn't seem to understand the Constitution? Think about it. So this is called Watch Out for Martial Law. Well, it's Friday night and he's pulling them over left and right. He sort of looks like Darth Vader with his gun and his radar and his flashing blue light. He drives a government squad car full of all kinds of hardware to handle the angry mob. And with his badge on his shoulder and his gun in his holster, he'll tell you he's just doing his job. Watch out for martial law when he's out there watching after you. If he's a tool of the bankster, he's a badge-wearing gangster, an agent straight from Interpol. Watch out for martial law. He's there to prove who owns a muscle and might, and he just might pull you over to the side of the shoulder, 'cause he cannot see your license plate light. He says he cannot see your license plate light. Ain't it a frightening feeling when you're behind the wheel and you see him there? Or when you're rounding the corner and he's right there behind you in your rearview mirror? Is he a foe or a friend, or this public defender we see on our TV screen? Or just some vain reckless power gaining strength every hour, a threat to the American dream? Watch out for martial law when he's out there watching after you. If he's a tool of the bankster, he's a badge-wearing gangster, collector of the revenue. Watch out for martial law. And if he's tailing you, you better not run. Just read the news in the papers covering some of his capers. He's dangerous when he's aiming that gun. That boy is dangerous when he's aiming his gun.
time when it seemed like he was part of the dream, when we could count on him. But now he's sold his allegiance to those socialist schemers and their every whim. And I've got nothing against him if he's out protecting my country, my Bill of Rights. But if he's out there abusing all those powers he's using, then maybe we should turn off his lights. Watch out for martial law when he's out there watching after you. If he's a tool of the bankster, he's a badger-wearing gangster, an agent straight from Interpol. Watch out for martial law. He's there to prove who owns a muscle and might, and he just might pull you over to the side of the shoulder, 'cause he cannot see your license plate light. Watch out for martial law. And if he's tailing you, you better not run. Just read the news in the papers covering some of his capers. He's dangerous when he's aiming his gun. I said you better be wary if he's had a bad hair day, because he's dangerous when he's aiming his gun. That boy is dangerous when he's aiming his gun. He can be dangerous when he's pointing his gun.
Here's a song that's another educational type song. It's called Why the Banksters Keep Us Dumb. It answers the question. Did you ever get the feeling as you're staring at the ceiling that this game of life we play ain't fair? Seems as fast as we can make it, there's a hand that grabs and takes it till they plant us in a grave somewhere. Like a rodent on a treadmill, we keep pushing forward uphill, but we never seem to get too far. Well, if you think you're being taken, then you're ready to awaken to the truth of what we really are. We're all indentured, servitudal slaves, overburdened and bewildered feudal knaves, who have lost our sole posterity through ignorance and apathy, and now we're being taxed out of our graves. And as long as we stay passive, we'll succumb. They'll starve us on their socialistic crumb. And the naked truth and fact is, we're all saps who pay our taxes, and that is why the banksters keep us dumb. Could the state of our condition be the product of omission, what we didn't learn in public schools? And did our fathers all through history all fight and die for liberty so we could play the tyrants' fools? And can you call it education when it's all indoctrination to obey the hidden powers that be? Did we fight the revolution? Did we win the world wars just to slumber into slavery? We're all indentured, servitudal slaves, overburdened and bewildered feudal knaves, who have lost our sole posterity through ignorance and apathy, and now we're being taxed out of our graves. And as long as we stay passive, we'll succumb. They'll starve us on their humanistic crumb. And the naked truth and fact is, we're all saps who pay our taxes, and that is why the banksters keep us dumb. While Franklin and Eleanor were telling us they hated war, they made a deal behind our backs. They said the bankers could enslave us for a portion of our wages, and today we call it income tax. But what they failed then to tell us was the way they planned to sell us into statutory slavery. Now it's called constructive fraud. Some even claim the wrath of God. I call it social insecurity. So stop being indentured, servitudal slaves, overburdened and bewildered feudal knaves, and reclaim your lost posterity. Rise up and proclaim liberty. It's high time we rock the boat and make some waves, 'cause as long as we stay passive, we'll succumb. They'll starve us on their communistic crumb. And the naked truth and fact is, we don't have to pay those taxes. Yes, it's time we show those banksters, those international gangsters. So let's turn the tables and spoil all their fun. That's all. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Randy Weaver incident. How many people have heard of the incident in northern Idaho? Well, good. That's great. It was blacked out pretty much from Washington, Idaho, and Oregon, and Northern California at the beginning. There's only people that heard anything about it, and then farther south and nationwide, nobody heard about it at all. In fact, they knew more about it in Europe than they did here, because there was a guy up at the Naples resort who was from Switzerland, and he just moved there, and Bo Greitz and those people, he offered his upstairs office to them and the fax room and everything. And as Bo received faxes from his people and the FBI and everything, he was making copies of it and faxing it to Switzerland. And it was all over in the papers in Switzerland. This is a song called Wheresoever Eagles Gather. It's the ballad of Randy Weaver. In the mountains up near Sandpoint, north of Naples, Idaho, eagles gathered there together to guard the truth, so you might know. Down the road that followed Deep Creek, at the turn that crossed the bridge, federal marshals had the road blocked to mark the siege of Ruby Ridge. There the armies of the enemy slayed your bright and only son, and nearly killed your close companion as the shrapnel pierced his lung. We stand with you, Randy Weaver, 'cause your Lord and Savior lives. Wheresoever eagles gather, that is where his body is. On that evening, late one August, you were forced to take your stand. There two strangers, as they trespassed, drew first blood on private land. Governor Andrus, back in Boise, he let the enemy tell him lies, and from his anti-Christ decision, Sam and Vicky lost their lives. Federal agents, U.S. Marshals, and FBI men stormed the hill, all on false, fictitious charges, given orders, shoot to kill. We stand with you, Randy Weaver, 'cause your Lord and Savior lives. Wheresoever eagles gather, that is where his body is. Though the armies of the enemy may surround us in the night, there's a host of heavenly angels hovering near, ready to fight. We stand with you, Randy Weaver. We were proud to call you friend. As we gather here together, we'll stand beside you till the end. We stand with you, Randy Weaver, 'cause your Lord and Savior lives. Wheresoever eagles gather, that is where his body is. Wheresoever eagles gather, that is where his body is. Thank you.
Carl has more for us, and I'm sure you're happy about that. No one would stand up and complain if I told you he has a number more songs for us, would you? This is warm-up time for our session with Mark Koernke. My name is Richard Palmquist. I'm the general manager of radio station KDNO. For those of you from out of the area, we welcome you, and we urge you whenever you are any place between Fort Tejon and Fresno, that you tune in 98.5 and join us for Truth Radio.
We'll answer as many questions as we can. I'll try and make it clear, and if we shouldn't have to repeat since we've got it on the system. Don't be embarrassed, no matter if you're new or if there's something you're not sure of, ask anyway. There's no such thing as a dumb question here at all, because we have varying levels of people that are involved, and I had started out the same as everybody else. First of all, in disbelief.
Try to talk deeply into this one, and this one will pick you up.
Greetings, Mark. I'm Al Brocious down here from Redding in Northern California. We want to arrange a meeting in Redding, and I've already talked to your manager about it. The one question that I would like just a quick answer on is, I understand that your team is working with Linda Thompson's team to produce videos that document the UN presidents in the United States. Is that factual?
Well, we haven't spoken with Linda in a little bit, but we are working towards that, and we have a tremendous amount of information that has been given to us by our people all over the country, by the Patriot Net. So yes, we have, well, just to give you an idea, in Michigan alone, as I said, we've had everything from British armor. In fact, we have a constant flow. We haven't even talked about this. We have a constant flow of foreign armor coming into the state of Michigan right now. We're seeing warships on the Great Lakes where there is a non-aggression pact between Canada and the United States. We now have a missile cruiser at Muskegon. We have our PBRs located on all of the choke points to the Great Lakes themselves. And these are naval run, not Coast Guard, which is in violation of our mutual pact with Canada. We of course think that they may have UN connotations anyway, and that's how they're getting away with this. But we are generating an amount of information even if we don't have a tape finished. If anybody would like information, we will reproduce anything that we have for access and use anywhere else. That's not a problem.
Yeah, I understood that there's going to be a series of 3 different tapes.
Yes.
And how would you like some good news?
Always.
You made the statement that there was no action against any of the people involved in Waco. The Jubilee newspaper and all the associated people are instituting a civil damages trial against the Texas officials. So far, they haven't been able to go after the feds, but they are instituting the trial against the Texas state officials, and it is scheduled to start in Waco on the 7th of October.
Okay. Mark, I'm Diane Dunn, and I would like to ask you one thing for the women in the audience. How do we protect our families by providing food, utilities, and other things that we may not have and have to depend on for ourselves?
Thank you, ma'am. That's a good question. In fact, I'll address this with all of you. And this is my wife is in the same boat. I'm blessed, first of all, and I'll say thank you, Lord, for the woman that I found. She's been around me a long time and put up with a lot, as you can imagine, because we've had this kind of an army through my front living room on a regular basis, too, by the way. Even my home. And we've constantly been involved on well, actually, we've been on the run since I was in the military back in the middle 70s. She's been very understanding, but of course she asked that question right from the beginning. What do we do? How do we take care of our families? Well, first of all, that is the most important issue, I'm sure every woman here would ask that right away, how do we deal with the threat? Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to deal with the threat the way this nation has from its inception. We're going to have to arm ourselves to the best ability that we can. We're going to have to share the knowledge. And ladies, you're going to have to be our strength. There's not a single time in this history, in the history of this nation, when the men of the nation haven't had to walk out the door with the possibility of not coming back. That's a hard decision to make. Every time we consider it, and I know it goes through everybody's mind, I ask this first of the ladies. We're going to have to do everything we can to educate. We're going to have to do everything we can to physically prepare our own families first, even while we're making a national or a state effort. I know that's hard because some of you are actually starting from ground zero up, and the only thing I can say is move quickly to the best of the ability, your best ability with what resources you have. For those of you who are already prepared, help the people who are not. Be ready to work as a community to protect each other mutually. It's not just by individual, but as a family unit, as a group of people here together tonight. You must be prepared to assist a family that may be put out of a home, or that may be driven from a part of the state. You don't know who's going to show up on your doorstep. The hard part is this. And in fact, it's another little poster I put on the wall, and I've got it in the desk right now also. I make copies of it on occasion. It's the one picture that to me brings home this question. It's a picture from the American Revolution. It's a wood cutting. And in the picture, it shows a battle not 2 miles away, not 10 miles away, but just down the road. You can see the images on the line. The smoke of battle and bodies laying behind it. And in the foreground is a father. And his eyes are looking away with musket in hand, but in his right hand is his wife. And she's, of course, looking at him, and he's looking at his duty. And the children have their hands on his coattails, trying to grasp for that last-minute reality and the family as they know it. But he also understands this. There's going to come a time when he has to leave all that, when all of you may have to leave that. That's when the women of the Republic are going to have to be like iron. The men are going to have to strengthen themselves as they have in the past, and if need be, make the supreme sacrifice. But ladies, what you're going to have to do is have an iron boot and drive us out the door. It's hard, and the only thing I can say is I know for a fact, even when I was in the service, we were always looking back, even in better times, worried about our loved ones. The best that you can do for your men is to protect and defend to the best of your ability and prepare now. Yes, that means providing and storing food. That means storing water. That means being knowledgeable in home skills and also management skills. Because yes, when we're away, you will be the government. You will be the teachers. And if we fall, my concern is this, you're going to have to remind them about why we fell, what we did. You're going to have to inform our children that no, it was not a waste. Grandmothers may have to do that for whole families. Grandfathers may have to also. That's why I said before, we don't get to retire or resign from this. Anybody who's out there will have a task again. It's going to be a great price. It's going to be an expensive compromise, an expensive proposition, but it's something we're going to have to deal with. And the only thing I beg, ladies, is that you'll be strong. But your men have enough to worry about as it is, trust me. I can guarantee that. Don't think that it isn't constantly in their mind, that nagging thought about looking back. The one thing a friend of mine said, this gentleman was in World War II, and he understands the issues, and he says, I don't come to meetings. He said this by way of almost 2 years ago. He said, Mark, I know where this is going. I lived through the Depression, and I've seen this all before. He says, I'll let my wife stay involved, and she does get directly involved in the politics, and she's a firebrand in Michigan, by the way. But he said this, he said, when the time comes, dear, you just tell me when it is that this is going to take place, and we're going to know, we'll see it. I'm going to go get my M1 rifle. I'm going to kiss you goodbye, and I'm never going to look back when I walk out the door. I understand what my obligation is. That's the cold, hard fact that has to be understood, and it's something we're going to have to live with. This republic has never been cheap. And in fact, just as the way the people that founded this part of the country had to face the Indians of the day and the brigands and the pirates of their day, nothing will change for any of you. That's why you will have to be armed. That's why you must educate in how to use arms, because you're the bulwark when we're gone. So you're going to have to prepare. And do not, in any way, shape, or form, deprive the children. We may all have to fight. You may be all that's left of the Republic in some ways, and you are going to be the strength in the replacement. You ladies will be the ones that raise the banner, because we may not be there. But if that's all that is left, at least you're free. And I'd rather have that.
Try to speak into both of those microphones. Grab a hold of this and put it right up to your mouth.
Hi, Mark. I'm Steve. I just wanted a response from you, or an impression about the Treasury changing the money.
Yes, thank you. I didn't touch on it, but of course 4 years ago we discussed this and tried to emphasize that there was a need to prepare gradually, because we all know, I don't think anybody here is made of money. If you are, step forward. Okay, I know we all are somewhere more comfortable than others, but the point is, in PL 100-690, it demonstrated that the money change was going to take place. I think this is the little more recent one, HR 3385, which has to do with currency title change and transfer. International Counterfeiting Deterrence Act of 1993. Can we pass this around? Okay, we'll pass this around also. This is an example of supplemental legislation that is a way of demonstrating their ambition to change the currency. Now, the excuse has been counterfeiting. Probably the best example of something they brought forward was this thing. Remember, Iran was counterfeiting $100 bills here a little while ago? Let me tell you a little story about that, because this I know firsthand when I was active duty. We in Army intelligence predicted the taking of the embassy in Iran approximately 3 weeks before it took place. But because of the Carter administration's position on what used to be called minority-majority reporting, they took the Navy report, which was of course more palatable because it said everything was warm, fuzzy, don't worry about it, everything's fine, just go back to sleep. 3 weeks later, we all know what happened. Well, in the basement of the embassy in Tehran, the Central Intelligence Agency and other intelligence agencies had a very special way of paying their informants. They had an old money machine in the basement. They also had stacks of money paper. And as they even mentioned in this news report, some of you might remember this a few months ago, they said, oh, and you can tell those counterfeit Iranian bills because they got a special little mark on the back that they could find. All that Iran did is what we were doing to them, they just started them up. They aren't counterfeit. They're no more counterfeit than the bills that we make right now with the Federal Reserve. And the only reason that they can identify them is because the agencies put chip marks, little detail changes in the back, so that you would know the money flow. So we have money machines like this in Southeast Asia, in Eastern Europe, etc., and they crank out at their discretion what they needed to pay off a politician. But you see how they can take something and boop, flip it on its ear to try and turn it around. We were all supposed to go, oh my goodness, we really do need a money change. Well, in reality, we all know it's Federal Reserve notes, it's monetized debt units. They're not hardly worth anything anymore anyway. But what they need to do excuse me, is come up with an excuse to change the currency and get you to convince you that it is acceptable. What they're doing, though, is looking forward to a devaluation. And a devaluation in currency is not unlike what happened in Germany after World War II, 1945, 1947, and also what happened to Israel in 1973, roughly that period. In both cases, while your debt exchange ratio, debt exchange, in other words, you owe $1,000 on a credit card today, when the money changes, you still owe $1,000 worth of credit card money tomorrow. But your cash value exchange was 6 to 1, 10 to 1, 12 to 1. Now let me ask you something. If all of a sudden the next day your debt's the same, but your cash value is 1/10 of what it was, can you pay the debt? No. And what they did with this, what they're doing with this is, in a way, they now have created a massive indebtedness amongst all of us. Some of you have 2 credit cards, some of you have 2 house loans. Some of us simply have 1 credit card, and that's more than enough. I don't have any. Okay? But the point is that by creating that indebtedness for all of us, what we have now is a situation where, with a changing of the currency, as would happen in Germany, you get to choose between heating, eating, and paying for your house. In Michigan, we have temperate weather. If this happened in the winter, it's exactly the case. Heating, eating, paying for the house. In Germany, in less than 2 years, better than 72% of the private properties in Germany went into the hands of the banks because people could not pay their debt. And this is an historical fact. What many people did in Israel, for instance, which is an interesting twist, most everybody was kept in the dark, but some people were thinking, they kept their change because the coin exchange was 1-to-1. If you had coin the next day, you ate. And with Israel, as with a lot of the third world governments, the exchange ratio was much higher. 100-to-1, 118-to-1. It varied from day to day until they had transferred the money over. They had devalued all the currency and in many cases transferred private property into the hands once again of the central regime. So we're seeing right now the same threat. And what's really fascinating to me is nobody's talking about it, but they actually talked about an internal currency and an external currency, didn't they? Are you all familiar with that system again? Da, 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 da. That's Russia, guys. The internal ruble was worthless outside the Soviet Union. Worthless. I love this little comment that was made years ago in this one movie where the guy was going back to Russia. He looked at the ruble, he goes, gee, I forgot how small they really are. Okay? When you leave Russia, the ruble is a worthless document. It's a worthless piece of paper. That's exactly what their intent was, to keep their people compartmentalized, to make sure that they weren't a threat. So that's something that has to be looked at in the long run. How to deal with currency? First of all, solution. Some rolled coin of any kind. Quarters, $half, Susan B's. 2, bullion, but preferably silver bullion, and then some gold. Other than that, junk silver, as quick as you can. But I'll tell you this, all of us are late if we're trying to buy more. It's gotten to the point where in many cases people who are major marketers are buying their silver from outside the country to sell to you now. The big money has gone into this in hard currency because they know what's happening with the economy. Just a real quick note, and we're going to answer this question. When Boesky's Raiders was falling, when they finally were arresting everybody, the last guy they arrested, anybody might remember this on television, they went to his home. Now this is a man who could invest in bonds, in stocks, in maturities, of all kinds. He could get involved in anything, but what did he have in his garage? He had 10 galvanized barrels, garbage barrels, full of silver dollars. 10 garbage barrels full. They put them in the back of several Toyota trucks and weighted them down when they hauled them away, when they confiscated them. And this is the person who knew what he was doing. When the sharks do it a certain way, it's a good idea perhaps to follow, pay attention. Do as they do before you get eaten. Yes, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just put this up close and talking to both of them.
Mark, my name's Roger Hunter. It's a kind of combination of two things. I'm buying ammo as fast as I can when I can find it.
You can find it now.
And how do you hide it? And then when it's time to use it, is there going to be not another Waco, but how do I know when that time is? Is it when they're marching down the street or what?
Okay, thank you. First point. Anybody here listen to what we were saying a year ago or 2 years ago? Yep. What did I say about ammunition? I begged everybody to buy, and buy. Now, it's not your fault. Some people just now recently or most recently found out what we were saying, and I'm not saying that you didn't necessarily have to listen to me. But last year at this time, ladies and gentlemen, a case of ammunition was $65 to $100 a case where I was. It is now, I know, he's shaking his head for a reason. Now, or depending on where you are in the country, you're talking $200, $300, $400, and in Atlanta, Georgia, $600 a case for ammunition right now. No matter what it is, it's selling. Now let me ask you something. Some of you may be into investing in paper. Is there any single investment where you can pick up something in a year and it increases 600% in value and you own it physically? Name me something. The neat thing about it is this. If you bought 1,000 cases last year, You could take 100 cases, sell them, and pay just about for everything you bought. You know what the problem with that is? Now, if you sell the 100 cases, you may not be able to replace it. So in reality, it's almost priceless. For those of you who are starting now, I recommend this, and this is common logic. Before we said, buy your weapons and get your ammo and buy as much as you could. Now we say, buy the ammo, find the cheapest you can of whatever caliber it is, and buy the weapons that match the ammunition. It's that scarce, or it's that difficult, because what's happening is the people are waking up all over the country. I hate to think, because we've been on the road, what has happened across the nation since the crime bill. It was already the black hole, where as soon as a box of primers hit the shelf, they went, whoop, and they were gone. Now we're to the point where if it's a case of ammunition and it hits the table, it atomizes. And in most cases, it never hits the table. In some parts of the country, they were rationing ammo at the gun shows. Oh yes, sir, you can buy this rifle, but you can only have 2 boxes of ammo. And that's it, because they wanted to make sure everybody got something. And that was taking place. Reloading, and more reloading. Yeah, I know primers are short, but buy the tooling. That is fine machinery, ladies and gentlemen. Not many of you can make it yourself easily. Cheap reloaders, priming tools, spare dies, extra dies for the future. How long are you going to be doing this? For a long time. Anything and everything is to be saved. Boxer primed and Berdan primed alike, steel cases, aluminum lawman ammunition that's been expended can be reloaded just as easily as brass. Save all of it. If anybody's crazy enough to throw it away, you're smart enough to pick it up. All expended primers are to be saved. Take a coffee can or a peanut butter can and clean it out. Put all your expended primers in there. Preferably, if you can, sort them out by size. Even primers can be reactivated. And it is a manufactured item. We can make powder, we can fabricate bullets, but cases and primers are the key. So we're going to need all of them. Kidneys, use them. Okay, you can figure this out for yourself. There's a lot of ways to do it. With primers, I recommend you can use either a serpentine. We've got, of course, strike anywhere matches, which are harder than chicken teeth to find, or you go with the raw chemicals. And there may be some people here who are into chemistry, farming, or something of that nature, who have very devious and creative minds. As we all know. That's right. Remember, we are the mother of invention. Necessity. Please step forward. I'll answer another part of that question, too, about when. Please go ahead first. We'll incorporate them.
Yeah, my question is, I understand there's over 100 encampments that have been built by various agencies of the government, each one building a few here and there. Do you know of any that are in this area where we could go out and take pictures of the signs that are out in front and whatever buildings we could take that we can bring back as proof to show to our people?
Thank you very much. Good point. Now, one of the easiest ways, and you're going to see this more and more because we understand Sacramento just got hit, is the fact that the road signs, the road identifying markers that some of you are familiar with, are now starting to show up in your areas. If you want to find out what's going on, follow the road markers to the other end. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with what we're talking about, when you're traveling down the road, look at the oncoming signs. Not the ones on your side of the road, but oncoming signs. There is a DOT sticker that most states have, although even those are color-coded, which you may have noticed. And we talked to several county representatives who said, absolutely, those are colored by township. So you can identify where you are by color and where they are on the sign. But those aren't the ones you have to worry about. A series of markers begin to appear, not much bigger than the one that you see right here on the card itself. And these markers were showing up all around Indianapolis. It's interesting, we don't actually have the plate here. Maybe we do have the, oh, forgive me, we do. Oh my goodness, here we go. Here, physical evidence. In the pictures that you see here, you're going to see two examples. First of all, you're going to see road signs and overhead street signs, and also another marker in this plate. I know this is hard, I'm going to let you all look at this personally. A marker with a mile marker, or I'm sorry, a post with a mile marker in the middle of town. These markers began to appear randomly, and so they didn't make a whole lot of sense. But we did eventually notice that the people who were in the area noticed that these were color-coded and followed a route. Now the other picture that's on here is a detention site. Inside the detention site were a series of signs about the size of this table cut in half. Red zone, blue zone, green zone. The three basic colors that were used first. The route markers will take you directly to some of these locations. There are different codes that are used, but for instance, with some of the markers that we're talking about, they would take a rectangle and cut the corner off. Now you have 4 different road markers from one symbol. Just turn it this way, this way, this way, or this way. Depending on where the cut is a different route. They also used diamonds, triangles, circles, squares, and now we're seeing different symbols inside the markers. Another thing that showed up around Indianapolis and other parts of Indiana, and now in Michigan extensively, our highways are completely marked, are a series of numbers that gave values to objects that were near the signs. And this can be determined by surveying the information and input. As you see a number, what's near it, and of course what's near the next one, etc., etc. The higher the number, the more valuable the object, such as factories, farms with dairy cows, grain mills, large homes, secondary roads, etc. They all varied in rating. In this area, the first thing you need to do is go to your plat maps. Is everybody familiar with the plat map system in your township? By doing quick surveys, and usually your township will give you a copy of it, you can identify either federally owned properties, state-owned properties, or properties that are unidentified, which is very rare because remember, they're supposed to be able to tell you who owns the property, aren't they? That's public information. Well, that's one of the ways that we identified several of the pickup sites or pre-detention or preliminary security areas where they've set up landing pads with a POL point, a fueling point, and a holding pen. And there are several of them probably in this area that you may not recognize. Most of your old airports, by the way, are Army aviation sites. You may be familiar with this if you're old enough to remember how the area operated during the war. Those are all federal property. Your township or your county or the state pay $1 a year or paid $1 for life to maintain them and put them under their control, with the understanding that when the time comes, the Fed will take the facilities over. These facilities will probably be preliminary detention areas for your community. Now, to explain to you how this sign works where you see this, first of all, we have the markers with a route. The route also has numerical value, and the other signpost has a 0 in the middle of town with each one of the communities. That's on the photograph, by the way, so you can take a look at the picture. The 0 from that point out is the epicenter, and north, south, east, and west is a progressive numerical value of 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, 4 miles, etc. South route, north route, east route, west route, within a color coding. We now can demonstrate, because we have examples of it, and this, by the way, the picture that you see is a primary detention facility. We can give you an example of how they'd be used. As one prior Special Forces member said, well, we didn't need markers like these. We're trained in map reading and we know where we're going. That's exactly my point. Even the average American citizen knows how to use an SO map, and in fact is more adept at map reading than the average European ever has been. Usually they only specialize in it if they're into orienteering as a competitive sport or if they've had some military experience. Well, the point is this. If you're dealing with a multinational force, you're going to need an idiot stick. What do we mean by idiot stick? How about international markers like you see on your road signs already? Why do you think they put a hand up there? They didn't put don't walk because a lot of people that might see it supposedly couldn't understand it. Now we might say that has to do with the dumbing down of America, but as much as anything else, it was a sample of things to come. If you're dealing with a lot of foreign military personnel who can't speak a common tongue, you have to come up with a common language. So I'll give you an example of how this works. We have Blue Route. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Strolenko, 12th Tanks Guard Army, now part of the Area 5's 2nd Security Group. I got my spiffy black uniform. I got my spiffy ski mask with eye holes. I got my black coal scuttle or my blue UN beret, take your pick. I've got 3 or 4 or 5 5-ton trucks. I have a list, which was given to me by your government. Oh, of course, I'm sorry, the regional government. And I've been given Blue Route. Taking off Blue Route, which I follow by the signs, I don't require any special mapping. All I have to do is be pointed in the right direction with a limited amount of English in my vocabulary. And after I've filled my 5 trucks, I get up on the squawk box or radio, Strolenko. Blue route, mile marker 5. 5 trucks, on my smoke, red. And whop, 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 whop. The Chinooks that you see flying all over the place, which are prime movers. First of all, out of the trucks, they unload the prisoners, plastic handcuffs. Very convenient, aren't they? And they hurt a little if you tighten them too much. The handcuffed prisoners come out. You walk them up to the helicopter, load them in, run a steel cable through the cuffs, run the steel cable through the hookups of the tie-downs on the floor of the helicopter, and they don't hit the ground until they're in a prison camp. All that's required is a minimal amount of time to transfer from the wheel vehicles, which are the collection points, or from a central collection point, lift them with a prime mover out of the area to a central detention area. By the way, the little signs that you're going to see are inside 3-acre plots inside this detention facility with windsocks. There are 6 windsocks located in the perimeter, and in one of the photographs, the windsocks can be seen. These were all brand new. Is this an example of what may happen all over the country? Well, the situation may vary, but we have red routes, blue routes, yellow routes, green routes, brown routes, and the worst that we consider to be very important, whatever color group with a black symbol in the middle. Oh yes, well the most recent, thank you. Up until just a short time ago when we had the shock of our lives, originally we had only seen these on secondary state highways. Well, when we went to the Dakotas, we had to visit Montana to speak up there, and while coming back late at night and para-awake, of course, after hours what we do, we look across the expressway and lo and behold, there's these fluorescent colors coming off the backs of I-94's highway signs. All the way across the medium you can see them. What they've done for the first time, and it started out there, by the way, in Michigan we're constantly monitoring the highways, we haven't seen this before, are large luminescent blue reflective strips. There are 2 lines for each sign. They're approximately this far apart, and they can be observed from the farthest distance between the expressway mediums, north and south, east or west. These markers now extend all the way to Michigan, and we've seen them in the western part of the state. The first place that we saw them was in Montana, purely by stupidity, an accident by the way. Driving in darkness, when we first saw the markers, this is Twiddledum Twiddledee, and we had another partner. We were bebopping along, we thought, hey, let's follow these things. Hey, look, there's a marker. Where does this go? We were on a side road before we got on the expressway. Well, there's another one. Well, there's another one. Well, we're driving around, and we thought this was a park or something, or a public, like a fairground. And somebody's going, well, maybe we ought to turn around until we see a tank. Maybe we ought to turn around before we see a tank, right? We pull in the yard, and we turn around, and they're all looking this way, and I said, guys, there they are. And sure enough, in the middle of this compound, in the middle of nowhere, we came across a whole armored section that we hadn't identified. No signs in the front of the place, by the way. No way to tell this stuff was here. So we skedaddled out of there very quickly and got on the expressway. Bebopping along the expressways when we found the rest of the markers and realized, oh no, they're here. That's exactly the case. So, yeah, time for graffiti. Well, razor blades work well, or the other thing that I'd recommend is this. As a solution, with your secondary roads, go out, and of course, I wouldn't want you to damage the property, but we want you to improve the public property. Take your hacksaw with an extra set of lag bolts and butterfly nuts. We want you to go and stick a new bolt on there, grease it up really well, and put it back together. Now, sometime down the road, when the French, the Germans, or whoever else it is that doesn't understand where they're going comes along, there may come a time when you want to take them down a different road. Remember, kidneys, use them. When you're done, undo the sign, put it back where it belongs, and then wave at the rest of the trucks as they go by. Very simple. Yeah. What's funny about this is, well, of course, this is one technique that would work. It's very simple, doesn't do any damage to things for the moment. But, as was mentioned, signs, how to deal with them. At your own discretion, if you feel that it's a threat, one of the other options is to, of course, take Mr. Razorblade and go out and change things. The other thing is, if you can be creative, why not just mark all the signs? Everywhere. Blue route is everywhere. Red route is everywhere. Or give them a blue, a red, a green, and a yellow on every sign. You're not taking anything away, you're just giving them a little extra. Okay? Passive resistance, right? Now, use rubber gloves or whatever, or, don't leave fingerprints, okay? I don't want to hear about fingerprints. That's an important question on how to deal with them, because, again, you may not want to destroy them right away. That's an excellent resupply system you've got. You see? AK-74 works for me just as well as an M16, trust me. Just as nice. Russian workmanship, very good. Now, the question I'll kind of incorporate with this, I believe the ladies and gentlemen are patient here. One of the things that was asked is, when will we know? And that is on everybody's mind. When will we fight? Well, what's going to happen is there's going to come a time when you're going to have to decide your own communities. You might be the Concord. I will say this, that in Arizona, for instance, and this county is impressive, guys, I got to tell you. Because I know where a lot of you people came from, and this is an example of what we've seen in the West happening constantly now, is that the bell has been sounded and people are coming to the call. But you may have to decide here to stand your ground and say no. When that happens, the only thing I can say is, as I said before, if called, we will come. Granted, we'll probably have enough fires in our own backyard, but that first initial action is going to have to be dealt with by the Patriot system as a whole, by the Americans. And once that happens, then the rest, of course, will snowball. But as far as personal response, people have asked, should we hide our weapons? Yes, you should hide some of your weapons. You should have caches spread. This whole piece of real estate here should be yours. You know what that means? Go out to a remote area and dig it in. Put in overhead cover and leave it. You and your allies know where it is. Nobody else needs to talk about it. Go to another area, dig it in. Fortify, entrench, cache equipment. Make the piece of real estate yours. This is the fighting ground that you may have to use, but it's part of your civil defense program. Now you've got allies, you've got remote territories. I see mountains all around you. I'd be using them. Granted, there's a few mountain lions here and there. You might have to vacate the premises. On the other hand, cat tastes just like dog, and dog tastes just like chicken. Okay? It's okay. A little greasier, a little oilier, a little darker, but, it may be bitter. But it'll taste okay, trust me. After a few months, you'll be just as hungry as the rest of us. I know. Anything's better than the rear end of a possum, trust me. Okay? With that in mind, you're going to have to, again, cache food, cache equipment. Do not forget medical supplies. And any nurses and doctors that you can recruit, gain every piece of knowledge you can from them. Also, do not forget homeopaths. We've dealt directly with gunshot wounds and knife wounds in the past, and knowing what the problems that we have to deal with regard to catastrophic injury, you use a tremendous amount of expendables, bandages, cleaning agents, compresses, poultices, all these fun things. You're going to have to start accumulating material. Prioritize on peroxide and alcohol. It's available right now over the counter, cheap. Buy it by the case, put it on the shelf. Military compresses are vital and rare because there's no civilian counterpart available on the shelf. If you've got a source for them, cherish it and start to collect as many as you can get. We'll give you some sources, by the way. With regard to weapons and personal caching, what you should have is enough armament to protect yourself, to maintain yourself, plus 10% on hand. Anything else extra can be pre-deployed somewhere else if you feel it's necessary. The reason I say 10% overage, what happens if this patriot here, who just had his house attacked, gets out bare butt naked, but at least escapes with his life and his family? If he shows up, you can't share a rifle, your turn, okay? Doesn't work that way. So what you've got to do is have some arms on hand so that he can become a viable part of the defense or the offense, okay? That also is with regard to food and water. You all know, you're in a farming valley where you irrigate. You all know the value of water. So you should be storing now. Now, one of the little tricks that we do, I don't know if you have plastic gallon containers out here because I don't know what your state laws are, but if you do, every time that we use a gallon jug, we wash it out a little bit, fill it full of water, put a couple drops of Clorox in it. Some people use peroxide, other people can use iodine. But even if you just fill the container, put it in a cool, dark place, it's good indefinitely, and you can always purify it later. At least you have it stored. Now, when the Indians moved through this part of the country and all to the west of us, or to the east of us here, I better be pointing the right way. when they, not in the ocean, okay, I think it's over there. When they traveled, they cached constantly. They didn't just bebop across the flat plains and the deserts. They had caches that they would resupply, and these caches were their resource in hardship times also, or if the tribes were attacked, not just by the white man, but by other tribes. It was the wealth of the nation, the wealth of the tribe. That's what our resources are now. So you must pre-deploy a certain amount of equipment. Also, always be prepared to take care of and house dependents or other individuals that may be in need. We have two standing rules in our units specifically that have been with my militia for as long as we've been organized. Rule number 1, we're only as fast as our slowest man. Rule number 2, we don't leave anybody behind. We're not a pack of dogs or a pack of animals. We're Americans. We're men of the West. We're going to preserve life. That means we take care of our people, we take care of our family, we take care of our community. That's your obligation, and don't ever forget it. During the American Civil War, during the American Revolution, and during any war that's taken place on this continent, just as common as the soldiers had to be a warrior against another warrior from another group, so he's also had to worry about pirates, thieves, and brigands. Be prepared for that also, for there are other people who will feel that your life isn't worth the powder it takes to blow away, and will be there to take from you. There will always be criminals. We want to make sure that doesn't happen. So you will also assist law enforcement, and the law enforcement's mission will not change. Eventually, we are going to have to make sure that we establish and maintain civilization. So be prepared for that. And that should not be an illusion in any way, shape, or form. Is that enough? Good. Next question.
Mark, I'm Jim Fonestock, and I've got a two-part question here, both of them on the militia. The first one, is there a difference between the well-regulated and the unregulated militia? The second question would be, is there any truth of what I've been told that this new crime bill has rendered the militia illegal?
Well, thank you. First question. Yes, there is a real quick evaluation for people who haven't had a history of the militia in general. Number 1, we have our active military forces, top tier. There is a difference, despite what many of the other side liberals might try to claim that there's no difference, the militia is the regular army. Wrong. My little pocket constitution here, I'll take you to the Bill of Rights. Anybody who has their copy, I'd like them to pull it out. Let me demonstrate the difference between the militia and the regular forces. Make sure I get it right, because I don't want to be embarrassed here. Article 5 of the Bill of Rights, to demonstrate, not the Second Amendment, the Fifth Amendment. The Fifth Amendment of the Bill of Rights reads, "No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces, comma, or in the militia." Uh-oh. Right there shows a definition. It states separation between the two. And remember that there are many other points in the Constitution where it refers directly to the difference between the forces. The regular military and regular military forces were under the control of the federal government and were limited. The militia was the militia at large. When we go to the Second Amendment, and I'll read it properly to make sure I don't make a mistake, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Does anybody understand what regulated meant in 1775? No. Ah, thank you. Well, we need practice. We need to use the dictionary to understand what they were saying. First of all, they didn't mean regulate as an oppress. What they meant was regulate as make sure that they have a minimum. Why? The kings of England with their own militias had a problem with people getting lazy, just as we have been lazy in this country. And as we were perhaps in different times, many people did not want to fulfill part of their responsibility and obligation to maintain the arms of the day. And so what happened is they wanted to ensure that a minimum standard would be maintained. You must maintain a musket, preferably with bayonet. The standing Minuteman had 60 rounds of ball, 60 rounds of powder. possessed a common kit to the military, and preferably had a standard uniform. This allowed him to conform to the laws of nations with regard to warfare. And that's what you are obligated to also, to a certain extent. While you have a responsibility and a right, you also have an obligation to maintain a minimal resource as a militiaman. The organized militia is still part of the militia at large. Before you get to the organized militia, I might mention this. You have a state defense force. Is anybody here familiar with it? You didn't know it, but you might be able to capture it. Michigan and many other states, 27 of them at least, have home guard forces. You can be a member of that. Now the militia, the state's militias, cannot be used for projection or military operations outside the borders of the state. It gets better, doesn't it? That means they can't send you overseas. Yes, they are under the control of the governor, but I'll remind you of something. If the governor does not hold a constitutional law, either for the republic or for his individual republic, then no, you can refuse the orders of the governor if he's in violation of the Constitution. And you can, in fact, even put him back in line. That's why they were there. Now, the militia, or the organized militia of that type, is still, of course, at state level and has state resources. There's a tremendous amount of work that can be done, and those forces can be brought online. Two, the organized militia within the militia at large. We have everything from platoon strength units all the way up to brigade strength units of 5,000 and 6,000 men. Right now, the Wolverine brigades, which are a new formation in Michigan, and Wolverine is in our state creature, our state pet that we have, our state symbol. You know, Wolverine, small, furry, ferocious animal. That's right. And also the symbol of our Michigan State Sports Collective. That's right. And it's the only creature that can back down a bear. Anybody who's familiar with the Wolverine? So symbolically, the Wolverine, the units have been named Wolverine brigades. Those units are organizing in it's a geometric expansion you can't believe. We're outfitting and equipping 200 to 300 men a day. We can't keep up with what's happening. We have actually been swamped. So we're having to recruit more men and more people to help organize to get it done. It's happening that quickly. Ohio's in the same boat, Indiana's in the same boat, and even Florida. Now Florida, for instance, at the state level has passed, inside the state, has passed county militia laws. Some of you may have heard of this. What's happening, thank God, they're doing this the right way too. It's one of the other opportunities. From the county end, they are passing a county ordinance which helps the county to support the militia to organize. The militia meets on the county greens, in other words in the towns, with arms and uniforms, and the sheriffs have stated that if the federal government comes to confiscate arms in their county, they will fight with whatever resource they have to repel the Fed. This county could do it also, and that's why there's a concern on the part of the Fed, because this is a snowball rolling down a mountain. They started out with 1 county, which then became 5 counties, which is now 9 counties, and we think they'll have another 6 before the end of next week, maybe the end of this week. We haven't talked to them yet. So Florida went right down the panhandle. Now, with the exception of the more liberal parts of the state, like where they have big cities, all of the surrounding areas will be ours. I want to put that seed in your mind. Take whatever the enemy is stupid enough to think isn't worthwhile. Progressively what happens is, if you look at the map, eventually he is isolated, not you. And that's what's happening in Arizona, New Mexico, up in Montana they're working on it, the Dakotas. It's happening all over the nation, and it needs to happen in California right away too. Now, the Wolverine brigades meet on the village green every week. They're meeting in Brutus, they meet in Petoskey and other locations, and they're meeting in other parts of the state now too. I have a convenient map of Michigan here. We're talking this part of the state. We've also got it here in this part of the state, and over here where my little thumb is, in this part of the state. So it's happening in all regions, all areas. We don't like to call them regions. Slap me when I say that again, please. In all of our districts or all of our areas or counties, we have the capability right now to virtually expand beyond our wildest dreams. And I think it's going to happen because, as I said, it's a race, and many people are awakening. We have militia units that are made up of whole Chrysler and Ford plants, whole shifts. 600, 800 people. Yeah. They have the money, by the way, too, to be able to arm themselves quite well. So don't think that they don't have exciting things to play with. Not to mention a whole Chrysler plant to draw trucks from. Okay? Yes, okay.
This is a song called The Peacekeeping Forces. And I better not. I found out the last time I tried to play this in March at the same time, I got all out of time. So don't let me march or I'll wreck everything. When your nation is floundering in a sea of phony debt, and your cities are seething with domestic violence, and you're broke and disgusted with your worthless government, will you need the peacekeeping forces today? As the United Nations sends our soldiers overseas for the purpose of propping up their fake democracies, we do by denial of these gross conspiracies. Keep your eyes on the peacekeeping forces today. Keep your eyes on the peacekeeping forces, the peacekeeping forces. Those ungodly troops are on their way. Keep your eyes on the peacekeeping forces, the peacekeeping forces. Through force, they will take your guns away. As our traitorous leaders sell our country down the drain to assist and support the international bankers' aims, don't be fooled by your TV, it's just there to fan the flames of another United Nations charade. Keep your eyes on the peacekeeping forces, the peacekeeping forces. Those ungodly troops are here today. Better watch those peacekeeping forces, the peacekeeping forces. They're unloading shipments every day. If the war breaks out in Idaho and people say we fight, what's the mother of global martial law? Attempt to make things right? Wrong. If your mind has been salvaged and you still have truth in sight, and you have not been duped by all this propaganda hype, will you fight for this country when you know the time is right? Will you fight the peacekeeping forces today? We're gonna fight the peacekeeping forces, the peacekeeping forces. Those ungodly troops will have to pay. Don't you think those light bright blue helmets sure make darn good targets? They stand out like shrimp boats in the bay. There's no more sinister way to attack the USA than to do it the New World Order way. Hey! Thank you.
Ma'am, please.
Hi, Mark. My name is Carolyn, and I'd like to know more about the black helicopters.
Thank you. The question was about the black helicopters, which everybody has seen at one time or another. And again, this is something, when we first brought it up, it was happening, but people were not looking to the skies. We've had challenge against it, but now it's to the point where it's such an open issue, and it's been seen so often that people can no longer deny the fact. Even our reserve and Army helicopters are poorly marked by comparison, and for obvious reasons we should question it. Many of you are farmers and know the damage that can be done, for instance, to livestock, etc. If Johnny Jet Jock decides to chase the cows on down the pasture, either into the muck and mud. Yeah, he's got the right idea. Bull. If the pilot is a little indiscriminate and chases your cows off into the muck, it costs the farmer money to pull them back out in time. When he was a dairy farmer, if he chases them on down the field, if he gets a little too close and decides to play games, that farmer can lose milk for days. And so we had our aircraft marked by law so that in the event they violate federal aviation guidelines, you could turn them in. Write down a few numbers, pick it up and pick up the telephone, talk to the federal aviation boys, say, hey, I'd like to file a complaint. The pilot could be fined, the department or agency could be fined, and the farmer would have some compensation. Well, that has been eliminated by eliminating the markers. And when you call up in many cases, people say, sir, what's the number on that aircraft? I don't know what number it is. Oh, sir, obviously you just don't know what you're talking about, right? So what's happened to you? You call up and say, well, we have no such aircraft. Where was it? We have no record of any aircraft of that type in our area, sir. Now that's rather strange because radars are run by the same people across the country, and they can see everything just as well as you and I can, okay? Well, under executive orders signed originally back around 1991 during Desert Dust, a la Desert Storm, Desert Dust, the adventure continues. We're going to crush Saddam Hussein and drive him from Iraq. Yes, we did we? That's right, the leash was on as soon as we got too close. Well, when Desert Storm was being organized under Desert Shield, an executive order, a series of them were signed. There's a total of 9, and most of them are still classified, by the way. They authorized the transfer of about 3,000 strategic reserve aircraft. These aircraft were from Arizona, New Mexico, and Illinois. They were not the newest of aircraft that we had, but rather strategic reserve, not National Guard or Reserve, as in Army or Air Force, but aircraft that were in storage in the event of war. They had high mileage on them. In many cases, they draw from these and make them into targets for the Air Defense School or for other pilots. Well, they drew 3,000 of them out, including Chinooks, UH-1Bs, older OH-50H, and OH-6 aircraft. These are many of the helicopters you see flying today. They have no discernible markings, and they were transferred to the MJTF police, also to FinCEN, and a percentage to United Nations forces. Their color is black. We're not talking medium green or a flat plat green. We're talking black, and many people have seen them. If you saw the Waco tapes, there should be no doubt in your mind because you can see the difference between the dark green ones sitting there and the flat black ones sitting there, with no markings next to the U.S. military ones that were available. Now, these aircraft are not under United States control, but in reality fall under the IMF probably and several other agencies outside the country. Yes, they are participating with foreign military forces. We have the very first picture that we showed you, which is a sample of overt actions. But covertly, we now know, especially with some individuals that came forward within the last 3 weeks, that we can not only identify landing sites, but we can identify types of aircraft and personalities, which will be coming out as a report. These personalities, as we call it in intelligence, are individuals who are directly involved in the coordination of foreign military forces here, or who have participated directly with them with helicopter operations. Example, in the state of Michigan where I come from, to give you an idea, you guys see the Chinooks around here all the time. That's the big bird with the twin rotors front and back. Booms around like a freight train, looks like a bus with helicopter rotors, right? That's what it is. It's a bus. 64 people at a time can be carried in it, or a tremendous amount of weight, and it can also tether weight outside the aircraft. These helicopters are not indigenous to our area. We have no CH-47s of any type or any of their derivatives or variants in any part of 4th U.S. Army. The closest aircraft of its type were at Fort Knox. There were 10 aircraft available. We understand that part of that fleet has actually been disbanded, so they probably handed it over to the UN also. And yet, in Michigan, at one given time, we had 4 people back-to-back. This last year, we counted 60-plus Chinooks in waves, 3 waves total. So many aircraft, we could not count them all. And these activities have been actually taking place constantly in Michigan and other parts of the country, coming up all the way from Tennessee and Kentucky into Michigan and into Canada. Who's flying this equipment? Canadians, British, Russian, some American. Yes? Well, actually, an interesting point there. We had a big problem with activity around my house for a little bit, and also in the area. And we kind of announced in general at all the meetings and everywhere I've been that I have a 75-round drum with their name on it. And strangely enough, we've had no more helicopter activity around my house. Because we're very earnest that if I get the opportunity to take down an aircraft of that type, which is unmarked, unidentified, and is in direct violation of federal aviation guidelines, that we are looking at a clear and present danger, as they would say. And in fact, we've had them at 3 in the morning lay on top of houses 30 feet over the house to the point where the windows would actually just move like this.
What's the best thing to shoot them down?
Well, actually, no pilot in his right mind wants to be in a rolling barbecue at 300 feet, okay? During the war, during the Vietnam War, we lost virtually thousands of helicopters to small arms fire. And the average helicopter that you're facing has no armor protection. They're not flying tanks. They're simply your automobile with a rotor on it. And if you've ever fired into a junk car, you got a good idea what I'm talking about. It doesn't slow down a whole lot. So what you're looking at is simply doing damage. Personally, when they're above the house, I just dump 75 rounds into the bottom of it, watch it kind of shudder for a minute, and away it goes. Either that or it's going to be a smoking piece of rubble trying to find a place to crash. It's that simple. They have tail rotors, but if you can't be picky about shooting, just go center of mass and keep doing damage. Cumulative damage is what took out the 2 helicopters at Waco. In fact, something that was recommended the other night, and I think we might do it, is we can identify who the man was that saved the place the first time around. One individual went to the lookout tower, the main tower in the building, and returned fire with a main battle rifle, with a 308, it sounds like. In doing so, he damaged the air assault element of the attack at Waco and saved the lives of most of the people there. Now, I'll explain that a little bit because people still have questions, but I'll go back to this. But let's point out that man is actually a hero because of his effort. He died in the effort, by the way, but he took out 2 fully combat operational aircraft, complete with infantry on board, that could not effectively engage on the ground. So he eliminated 1/3 of their available fighting force with 1 weapon and a little intestinal fortitude. With a little more planning and a few more sandbags, he'd have been doing quite well for himself. So you got to remember, you need a little armor around you. John Wayne, you aren't. Okay, we want to see everybody live to see the end of this. But for the most part, small arms fire is more than effective enough. Please, sir.
Yeah, speak right close, and we want to get in this one too.
Okay. I presume that if it gets down to fighting, there might be people who need to do things like acts of espionage, sabotage in ways like going in, blowing up things, going online with computers, destroying data that way. Do you have anything to say about stuff like that?
Okay, well, not that we would ever do this. But have you ever thought about something about these neat towers and everything that they've set up across the country that are the new microwave systems? Do you know that they put about a 300-pound propane pig next to each one? Propane is your friend. We call it the poor man's nuke. Yeah. I was worried about carrying this stuff in there. They dropped it for us. So you've got most of what you need on site. But yes, there's going to be a need for creative minds to do creative things. Yes, kidneys. Electronic warfare countermeasures, all need to be done, and where it's possible, every person, and I said this up north, and I'll say this again to everybody, many of you will find a job that suits your stature and your character. And I advise that when you do find that specialist, that you treat him like a gem. For there are many creative and terrible things you can do. For instance, how long will an army fight, especially if it's made up of foreign UN mercenaries, if they have no payroll? And their payroll is what? Plastic. Well, let's see. All we need to do is disrupt a little bit of that real quick, and they grind to a halt. Because I can tell you for a fact, I was back during the Carter administration. We had payless paydays in the military. I qualified for food stamps 3 or 4 times over. We never took them. But I know for a fact we were at poverty level. And if you were in the military, you're already at poverty level. To not get a paycheck with 3 kids, trust me, makes for awfully thin eating 60 days out. That you point down the road to where the enemy compound is and say the food's over there. Send the refugees that way. It's kind of like sheep. Once the first one starts, the rest will follow. Oh, they've got cigarettes. Yeah, we just came from there. They gave us all the cigarettes and liquor you want, and they got food. Refugees are one of the first enemies, or first and best weapons in war, by the way. If pointed against the other side, if they're not friendly refugees, they eat their food, they tie up their resources, they sleep in their beds, they want them to service them, they expect everything. But they expect everything from that side, not from us. You see? So it works quite well. It's an excellent weapon. Please stick forward.
I'd like to know your political affiliation and if you would vote for a liberal Republican in an election.
No. Okay,
or a conservative Democrat, so-called.
Thank you. Okay.
When they're practically the same thing.
Okay, first of all, we don't have... Yeah, like we had a choice between George Bush and Bill Clinton. Oh, what a feeling. We had a choice between the director of the Council on Foreign Relations and a communist. You know, they're the same thing. Well, personally, I'm a constitutionalist, and I have not seen nor have I found anybody so far that has fully satisfied our application. And so what I recommend is this. And in fact, somebody asked me this during last election, well, you don't vote, do you? You know, like, oh, it's useless. Always vote. I will be able to say, you know, somebody says, well, you know, you're a radical, you'll do this, you'll do that, bullshit. I vote, and I've even taken time off to vote because I do have a clean conscience. But what I do when I get in there is I demand a write-in ballot. Even if you do nothing more than that, if we all did that, all of this, there's 60% or 70% of the people that aren't voting. Even with a set-up ballot, if we all went in and simply tied up the ballot box and said no, by writing it in, that's right, they could not hide the issue, they could not hide the fact. And because it hasn't happened, although it must happen, we're still going to have to do it for as long as we can, and we've got elections coming up in different parts of the country, so it should be done. I would recommend that if you can find somebody that you're willing to write in, write them in. No, they may not win, but do it. Now, you were fortunate tonight. You have representatives from the county here. Now, if they see eye to eye, you better, like I said, support them. If you have other people who do not support them, I suggest you have one of your people run and get them out. Jefferson said this, by the way, and this is how I look at it. I don't look at government from above down, but from below up. Jefferson said, you can only govern as far as you can see. And that's why the township form of government was created, and that's why counties were set up, within reasonable travel distance, and also to limit government as a whole. Think about this, ladies and gentlemen. You just had this happen with a farmer. Where does the Fed go to enforce the law? He goes to the county and the township. He has to. So where do you need to control? Spending billions of dollars on an objective that you may not win, millions, we don't have billions, sorry, or taking the limited resources you have and using the dagger properly and capturing the pieces of real estate or the positions that they don't think are viable. Remember, if all of a sudden you possess all of the groundwork, where can they go? With the exception of, say, like a large city that may have a large dole where they're paying out constantly, who do they have to turn to? They can't turn to your township or county board and say, you will, because they say, we won't. That's exactly what they'll do. So we have the capability to set up the makings of an excellent reformation, of an excellent rebuilding or refounding, as it says with the refounding amendment. We have the capability. We just got to exert the energy to do it. Sir, please.
Yes. As far as the prisons and the detention camps that are being built all around, who are they planning them for besides patriots in general? Are they planning to put Christians, Christian radicals, as they may call us,
legal aliens,
homeschoolers? What is your thoughts on that?
Thank you very much. In fact, homeschooling is an important issue here with all of this. Yes, the detention camps initially, in fact, I'm sorry, I didn't explain all the process. With the detention camp system, the way it's set up, they have a rating system. It doesn't have to do with race. What it has to do with is priority of prisoner. When they come into a neighborhood, they have already stated that they have black, gray, and white prisoners. Black prisoners are individuals that they will not release. They will accumulate them and detain them. And we've already seen Janet Reno's explanation of what a cult is, haven't we? It's a Christian with conviction. That's it. And of course there are many other attachments. The point here is that a black prisoner, what they call a black category prisoner, is an individual that they will not release. A gray prisoner is a questionable party who may have affiliation they can use for intelligence purposes, to be interrogated on site before he's picked up or she's picked up, and either released or kept at the discretion of the field agents involved. The third phase are what they call white category prisoners. Those prisoners are useful intelligence devices by offering bribes or local opportunities. Example, they come into my house, they'll offer them my piano, they offer them the organ that I got, or the VCR, or whatever it is, for a little bribe out of somebody they're gonna keep no matter what. Using my property, they can get that person to talk about or tell what's going on in somebody else's home. So yeah, that's right, bureaucrats. So those are the three phases that they have. We understand there's also a 7-point rating system, but we do not have a copy of that yet. However, all of this is being taught at Fort Polk, Louisiana, which is now the United Nations Training Command, North America. Fort Polk is no longer a U.S. military facility. It is a United Nations training compound. And in fact, you may have seen it floating around. It may not be here yet, but it will be. We'll make copies of it because it's up north. There is an extensive portfolio on the new Urban Warfare Training Center, which looks just like every hometown we have in America. And you may also have heard, of course, as a parallel to this, some of the training exercises that both FEMA and the military have had or were attempting in different parts of the country for the simulated takeover of small American towns. So they already have the machinery in place. Now, who else? Well, homeschoolers they do not like. And while in Connecticut, OBE lost. Okay? Yes, okay, thank you. OBE got its teeth kicked in and was kicked out of the state without any real organization. It was all done at the grassroots level. The other side promoting OBE spent virtually tens of millions of dollars in propaganda, and they are they're foaming at the mouth right now because they can't figure out how they lost. Which is great. What it means is, like I said, Daddy didn't train no fool. Common sense prevailed. In our state, there is presently an attack on our recent victories on homeschooling. And in fact, our family is running into the same problem. That's why I've got to keep everybody on the move right now. Because we're running into confrontations with our family, with the situation we have. As long as we stay mobile, we're in pretty good shape. Now, I would recommend that, first of all, yes, we need to, in your local areas, identify the camps. There's a reason. I'm not going to leave anybody to rot in the camp. If I can find them, we'll fix them, fight them, and we'll clean them out. And in fact, it's an embarrassment if we let anything like that take place, and we know it as patriots. We can't let that happen. Now, other ways to avoid it? I don't think there are other than fighting. I think everybody can agree to that. If they come, we're going to have to stop them. And that's what was asked earlier. When do we fight? When they come for your neighbor and you look down the street and 10 houses down, you see your brother, maybe your brother and your sister-in-law out in the street half naked with the kids in a little cubby crying over off to the side, and you know that they're filling a bus up or a truck up. You better stop them butt cold in their tracks or else you're next. Or when you see it a block over, or when you get that call or that beeper number or whatever technology you use, you're going to have to come to the aid of your fellow patriots. It's that simple. That's what this is all about. I will not surrender anybody's children. I don't care what anybody says. Absolutely. Yes, please.
In a state of war, we probably, as militia people, shouldn't allow any helicopters to fly. And my second question is, what is the probability that you think that the local and state police will be used to round up weapons?
Well, thank you. Okay, first of all, with regard to helicopters, yes, in time of war, I will recommend this. There's a basic rule. Some people said we have allies that are in the military. We do. Trust me, we do. I've talked to many of them. As they know, keep the helicopters down when that happens. Get them out of the area and land them, because anything that's flying is fair game in the first few days. It'll be a melee. I thoroughly agree with that. If I see it, it's flying, it gets shot. I don't care. Preferably, though, our allied aircraft, and there are a number of them, we probably possess, I can't really give you I don't want to release any numbers, but let's just say that there'll be enough of ours in the air for every one of theirs. And they're going to have a hard time figuring out who's who in the zoo, because a lot of the pilots, let me give you an example. I had a young captain come up, and like he said, he goes, you know, Mark, I got 5 Hueys, and I'll have them fully loaded and fully fueled. I just got to have a place to refuel them when the time comes. And that's like a lot of officers. They've already talked to the men. Squadron commanders have already discussed it with their pilots. What will we do? That's right. F-16s, F-15s, B-1 bombers. Okay? The men know what's going on. The biggest problem they have is they're looking for leadership also inside their own units, and many of the officers have talked amongst themselves. We have spoken to individuals, and quietly across the Air Force, for instance, behind closed doors, everybody is buying weapons to protect their families when they are gone. Everybody, not a few, everyone. Yes, please. The other question, I'm sorry, let's correct that. The other question was about...
What is the probability you think they'll use the local and state police to round up weapons?
Well, let me ask the state police, well, is this local policemen, are you going to follow through on confiscation? No, I don't think so. Because they know better. They know who they live with, and they know they got to go home. And they also know what their obligation is. Like my father said, my father is 70 plus years old now. It's like he said, he lived through the Depression. He's experienced this before. He's seen this. And he knows that we can't lay back on this. He knows also enough of the other deputies that he trained. And they all understand the same situation. They can't let this slide. They're going to have to stand for freedom. So I have good faith in local, but I have to question the state police are going to have to, again, you're going to have to communicate to them, and you're going to have to pose the question to them. Officer, what are you going to do when this happens? Not if it happens, but when this happens, do you stand for the Constitution and Bill of Rights? Anybody, John knows, and John's done it himself, when I'm traveling around the country, if I see an officer in uniform, God help him, because I'm going to go to him and chew his ear. I'll walk right up here. Here's the tapes. Take them. Take some brand new ones. If you want them, make copies of them. When you're done, give them to another officer. Let him make copies of them. You know how well that's worked? In the Taylor Police Department in Michigan, the chief put all of our tapes in the wardroom, and they play them 24 hours a day. Every one. That's a nice compliment. It's a great compliment. The county sheriffs we've had come to us from Michigan, in Oakland County, for instance, they all know what's going on. They've actually had, let me tell you what's happened in Michigan. They've had the black armor be sent to the department, and they've been sent something like 2,000 powder blue combat helmets. They're already stockpiled. They've already been told that they are to be expected to be used by them. You know what the sheriff said? Thanks for the extra equipment. We needed it. And he doesn't think it's going to stay blue for very long. No, we need the helmets. No. They paint green just fine. That's right. Please.
Something we've noticed down in LA is on all the freeways they're putting up all brand new cameras with uplinks, and in like a 20-mile stretch of freeway they have 36 cameras. Now the cameras most of the time aren't pointed at the freeway, they're pointed at the neighborhoods. And just something you might know. I don't know if the rest of the people know it. It's all over the place. And my wife watched your tape, and she says, maybe I ought to learn how to shoot your gun.
Good. On the cameras, all through Michigan, they're putting them up right now. We have them in the Detroit area, but we also have them in Grand Rapids, Battle Creek. And if you look on the map, that's all down here, bottom part of the state. It almost appears like they're creating a demarcation line along our border, by the way. We can follow the towers, and also rural, not just in the cities. We've got the cameras out in the boondocks. We're talking out in the middle of nowhere, just monitoring roads that are long so they can see this way, turn and see another way, or monitor both intersections and shift out away. The first place we found this, the county workers are the ones who came and told us about them. And the sheriff said, these aren't for snow removal or anything like that. He said, the only reason the government's putting these in is to watch the people, period. That's what they're for.
We have Bakersfield.
Already, yeah.
Stockdale in California. You look up the sign.
Can we write county laws against those being installed in our county?
Yes, you could. Thank you. Good point. Yeah, the question is, could we write county laws to stop them from coming in? Yes. What's the problem is that they may have been bound to federal ordinance in that if you receive monies, you were expected to install. Thank you. Exactly. That's the point. Good point. And what he said was, get rid of their money and keep our taxes. That's really what needs to be done. Oh, go ahead first.
Mark, what is the total forward military count on our soil right now?
Okay. The guesstimation, because we don't have total body strengths, is probably a little under or constantly rotating about 300,000. That's a realistic foreign military force inside the United States. That includes the fact that right now, something that we didn't know about until about the last 6 months ago, is that most of these units do not require a host company unit or a host unit with it the way they used to in the past. Now all that's required is a liaison officer. And in fact, we've had the Canadians all through Michigan. They'll drop in for 2 and 3 weeks at a time, and then they ferry back out by helicopter across into Ontario. The Canadians, we've had Belgians, massive numbers of Belgians that came in, to Lansing, Michigan. Over a 3-day period, we had something like 6,000 to 7,000 of them. We didn't actually have them in regular military housing either. They were quartered at the state police headquarters, where they have the state police training post, which is an old military compound, a real compound, by the way. And they also had them in the outlying peripheral area around the city in public and private lands. They brought them in. We contacted the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department admitted they were there, had no idea why they were there, and as quickly as they came, they dispersed all through the state. We've had 3 Spetsnaz companies at Camp Grayling, which is located in this part of Michigan, for a little over a month. Convenient map again. That's right. Right about here. You can find it on the map. It's Camp Grayling. We've had Dutch. We've also had British. We've had a number of British tank units that are now being brought into the state. To your north, in Washington state, there are 2 garrisons that are being established. One is British. The other one apparently is Canadian. And they are armored units. They're in what were prior military posts that have been shut down that are now being taken over. Have you noticed something? And I want to mention this, plant a seed. All these military bases that were supposed to be quote-unquote privatized haven't been privatized, have they? They had this big propaganda blitz and put it in everybody's eyes, and then they disappeared. Now, if you'll notice, in many cases, these facilities are restricted. And in our own state, Wurtsmith, which was a AA B-52 bomber site, this facility has only had 2 buildings privatized, then they shut it down. Half of the base, including the nuclear half, now has Russian transports, and we have these new 747s with no markings on them that are all white, that are being pre-deployed all over the country, and I'll explain that in a minute after we answer a few more questions. Right ahead.
What part does illegal immigration play in the New World Order's plan, and if it does at all, and what do you anticipate from the new Mexican government if something like this should break out?
Thank you. First of all, everybody knows there's a war in Mexico going on, right? Yeah, that's the whole point. Everybody goes like that. Oh, I haven't heard any more about it. It is amazing to me, considering that in Chiapas and several of the other parts of Mexico right now, they've got a running war taking place. Coming down out of the mountains, shooting everybody up, taking off again. It got a little coverage in Time magazine when it couldn't be concealed anymore, but it's still in place. Much of Remington Arms manufacture, by what we understand, they have massive government contracts. Much of Remington Arms, their munitions are being sent south to Mexico on contract. Some of you might have bought some ammunition called Aguila. It's in a red or a black and yellow box with an eagle on it. That's Remington of Mexico, if you ever see it. Remington has extensive arms manufacturing in Mexico for both the Mexican government and Central and South American governments. There is a confrontation taking place there. Not an accident, but the New World Order has affected their country the same way it's affected ours. And it specifically attacks the farmers to put them out of business. This is an issue of food. And you all know what will happen if they clamp down and try to destroy much of the present existing agriculture that we have. He who controls the water controls the food. He who controls the food controls the people. That's why they're talking in Texas. While we were out here, just as we left to come out to California, in Texas, a series of articles have just been written about food shortages. And this is something we warn people about. So as I said last year, ammunition, excuse me, the cry right now that I challenge you with is this: food storage. Food is right now still reasonably priced, but if they decide, and you're all in the agribusiness, right? If they decide to change those price scales, and if they decide to clamp down and put a bunch of you under, we are all going to pay a heck of a lot more, and there will not be enough to go around. So we have to start preparing for that. By the way, the first question a lot of people asked me in Michigan was, well, should I continue to farm, or should I, plant a crop this year? Yes, and more. We're going to eat every bushel of grain we can get, every potato we can pull out of the field, every onion, every cow, every pig, more chickens, and it still will not be enough. But it'll be a start. And so we're going to have to maintain production. Now, as far as the illegal immigration problem or the illegal alien problem, they have never made an effective effort, and it's been intentional, they've never made an effective effort to try and stop that. We do have a system that could be used effectively to bring people in through immigration temporarily to work in the fields or do whatever else is necessary, because we understand the need for hand labor. Also the fact that, again, by creating this contention and confusion, we're busy fighting at this level, not paying attention to what's happening up above. And that's not an accident. They want us all fighting amongst ourselves. What I see there is if we had an effective immigration policy, first of all, this country has not had we have had a negative growth rate, population growth rate in this country since 1975. Were it not for the populations they've been bringing in from outside the country, there would be no unemployment in this country. And that's a fact. And it's something most people don't want to realize, is that we've already done exactly what they wanted to do, and strangely enough, they're doing it to us more than they are to the countries that need some population control. That's not an accident. Manpower is strength and a wealth, which most people seem to forget. When Germany fought World War II, when Russia fought World War II, and even in the United States when we fought World War II, after 5 years of war, everybody got pretty tired of being out there in the trenches. Not only that, for instance, my dad, who was probably the best example, he was a tool and die man with 3 kids. By 1943, they drafted him. Well, he had a choice, draft or sign up, go or go. So he signed up for the Navy. But the point is that they were strapped for manpower even then in late 1943, and by 44 it was thinner still, and thinner yet again. By the end of the war, they were drafting people up to the age of 36. Well, Germany was worse. And they had, by the way, we're stuck, you notice how they're doing the same thing to us cyclically? Germany had some of the finest armor available, increased production to the point where they were making more by the end of the war than they were at the beginning of the war. And yet, there's one thing they didn't have for all of the weapons they cranked out: the men to use them. So if you don't think that population is important, especially as a national strength, take a look at history. If the men aren't there to stand in the gap, you're in trouble. And we also have to look at longevity, long term. That's why I say, do not exclude anybody. I don't know when I'm going to fall. I hope to God I'm allowed to stay around to the end of this, but if not, I have 3 sons that have tried to do the best I can so they can stand up to replace me when the time comes. And if they're educated well enough, then they'll be, when they have children, they'll be replaced. I had a cousin, by the way, a little short story here, with a funny attitude about war. When he went into Vietnam, he was a volunteer. Well, he already had 4 sons. And he always thought this way: it's kind of strange that we always take the flower of the nation, the young men, and draft them into service with no children. And when they perish, in some cases, they're the last of their line. Why not me with family and children? Why shouldn't I go instead, knowing that I now have replaced and strengthened the family, and if I fall, while it certainly is a grievous loss, at least I know the line has continued. That's a better and more logical thought. Of course, he eventually ended up with 6 sons and 1 daughter, and I think he's got 2 more on the way, so don't worry, he didn't slow down. Good for yes. And he served 3 tours in Vietnam, by the way, so an interesting attitude, and it worked.
Mark, do you know anything about the CIA sleepers, which David Koresh was supposedly been one, and so was Jim Jones?
There's an interesting question about that. There have been different debates about why the Davidians were hit the way that they were. One argument is that they got into the database, the DoD database, or one of the spook and kook operations, and that they had actually accessed through the knowledge of some of their members, which in some ways didn't mesh when you realize how many different people from different walks of life there were there. The only thing I can say is, for whatever reason, there was a great deal of symbolism involved with the attack at Waco. I think if we look just at the way that they did it and how they finished their activities there there's a lot of real occultish symbolism involved. The cleansing by fire alone in itself is something that should be remembered. And that has been time and again the typical way of course, destroying evidence, but also ensuring that perhaps they offer something up as a sacrifice, and that's been debated. As far as their being involved with the agencies, only time will tell if we're blessed with the capability to acquire the database that the other side has. That's the only thing I can be sure of. You know, the problem is disinformation. In many ways, they could have been nothing more than, and rightly so, could be nothing more than people who were practicing their form of religion on their own property, in their own republic, the state of Texas, and the state simply decided they would be a desirable tool to try and pry this nation apart, see how far they could go, and they did, and they were very successful. One of the things about the Waco situation that I might mention that I think was rather strange, if any of you have Waco the Big Lie, I want you to go to the end of the tape when they burned the place down. I don't know what they're doing, and that's why I'll just say I want you to look. But if you watch, when the fire is burning, you can actually see these guys either jokingly or intentionally supplicating before the fire. They're doing this together in unison. Yes.
Which Waco?
It's the first Waco tape. Watch the first one and go to the back. Another thing that I got was this. When I said about film, about the footage, remember at Waco? The government filmed right up to the end while the building was burning. And yet none of that, of course, was ever brought to trial. But if you look in the Waco tapes, you'll see 2 or 3 cameramen at least up in near the fire, actually filming, probably the body's withering, they're getting their jollies out of this, but actually filming the debris and the building burning while it was taking place. And you can see the physical cameras. It is obvious that they're camcorders, that they're larger commercial, professional units. These guys are in the black PASGAT uniforms with the helmets, and they're busy making sure they record the carnage that they've created. And so yes, as a matter of fact, good point. I don't mean to keep you there too long. This brings us to another point, and it's a good thing that the old lumberyard here sometimes misses a few points, and this is a vital one. And I should have done it when there are more people here, so you're going to have to be the messengers. Chemical warfare protection, regular gas masks. There are a variety of sources. Buy them and buy extras. Some people ask, well, you think they're going to use chemical weapons? They used them at Waco. They used it. It's right. Buy them now. Don't wait. And yes, there are children's masks available. There are masks that will fit for a myriad of head sizes, trust me. And we'll give you some information before we leave on how to, at least. Key people here will be informed and you can make contact with them. But chemical protection devices of any kind are better than nothing. And somebody said, well, they might use state-of-the-art technology. Okay, so they do. It's the best you can do. It's all you can do if you can't do any more. But get something. How long can you hold your breath? Oh, the mask filter is only good for 30 minutes. Well, better that than 4, right? So at least have the protection of the technology. Buy spare filters. If you're worried about chemical suits and you can't buy them, garbage bags and duct tape. Isn't duct tape a wonderful thing? You'd be surprised what you can do with it. A good set of farmhand rubberized gloves and you're all set. I'll tell you what, we're going to take a couple more quick questions. We'll be able to take a break here. Please go ahead.
Where can you buy those?
Surplus stores are an option, but you can also set up a supply system here and acquire them from other sources. There are some catalogs here, I believe.
This one's on.
Yeah, coming back to cameras. I have personally witnessed the cameras throughout the city of Los Angeles. In fact, I was 4 floors under City Hall in which a man was showing me a demonstration of what's going on down there. At the time, this is about 2 years ago, they had about 36 cameras throughout the city, and they said they hope to up it to 300. And the gentleman panned the camera over to a side of a building. I said, excuse me, would you move that over to the right just a little bit? He moved it on over, and I said, scan that in. And he brought it on in. I said, you could observe right inside that office if they didn't have reflective windows on it. And then we swept it around, and he came down on the street like this, and there was a guy walking on the walk. And we zoomed in on him. And here you could see, I mean, full detail, like I'm looking at him, this guy walking, you know. He doesn't know anybody's observing him. But the city of Los Angeles is spending your tax dollars on this kind of development. And I know the man that will take you on a tour down in the 4th floor down there and show you these things. And this guy knew what I was talking about when I said, do you record any of this stuff? He says, oh, no, we don't have Big Brother. He didn't use the word yet. He says, we're not running a Big Brother operation here. Yeah. But, yeah, he didn't use the word yet.
That's because that was on the fifth floor below. It couldn't be seen. Thank you.
This is kind of an odd question, but after seeing the riots down in South Central Los Angeles, do you think the government is going to use the removal of benefits from, say, like the poorer people, say, like for welfare and stuff? They're going to continue to reduce that and drive them into a state of civil disobedience to the point that we're going to have massive riots so that somebody can step in and say, uh-oh, martial law.
Right. It's interesting to note they've tried everything they can to fan the flames of contention between everybody. They were not as successful as they had hoped with the LA riots even, because people eventually communicated to each other and it was slowed down or actually brought to a halt. Now, the sad part about it is, and it's interesting, and in fact I think, fortunately, we've talked to people in cities, outside the cities, rural areas, suburban and urban, and in all cases we've tried to enlighten people to the fact to ask the question, what are they doing to me? Not what are they, oh my goodness, what are they doing to me? Oh, I just don't understand. But ask the question intelligently, what are they trying to do to me now? Where are they trying to get me to go? How are they trying to manipulate us in such a way to create confrontation? And some people, now granted there's some that are just butt cold stupid and there's nothing you can do for that, but a lot of people are saying now, hey, step back a minute and look around. And that is helping us. But I thought it was rather fascinating that they were so overt that they actually started talking about that. Clinton did about, oh, we're going to take benefits away. When was the last time you heard a Democrat say he's going to take anything away? If nothing else, it's, here. Oh, and yours too. Give me your wallet. Thank you. And here. So in reality, it demonstrates their urgency to try and create confrontation. They need to try and bleed us out by wasting resources against each other rather than worrying about the actual threat coming down the road. And we talked to the people in New Orleans about this for that reason, the whole idea that we may have, as I said earlier, disagreement between ourselves here right now. But we won't have a pot to pee in or a home to stand in if we continue with this, because they're going to come in from above and just take it all. They'll walk away with it. There's an old, forgive me, but live long and prosper here, and that doesn't mean I'm an ultra Trekkie, but remember the old saying, only a fool fights in a burning house. We better put the fire out here first. When we're done, we'll settle all of this contention properly, and we'll actually have a participatory form of government. Okay, good. Okay, do you want to take a break now again? Is that okay? I know, we'll be patient. Is that okay? Do we want more question and answer? Yeah! Okay. Okay, well, wait a minute. This gentleman here has been patient. I'll tell you, one more.
Yes, Mark, my name's Harold, and what I want to talk about is on KDNO a couple of weeks ago, they had a woman, I believe it was from Texas, and she lived across the street from an airport, and she said that there was like 3,000 troops bivouacked there, and that they were burying things, and they literally had a secured perimeter, and I believe she said tanks, I'm not quite sure about that, but I would just like to know a little bit more about that, if you know anything about it.
Well, we found at this, for instance, Salt Lake City Airport, we have pictures of it that were sent to the office before we left. And in Salt Lake City, they've actually dug in armored units and put them into a defilade position to hull down, so that they're under cover of a berm and entrenchments. They're actually at the airport itself. Now, the Air Force doesn't possess any armor, guys. So obviously, we're seeing as a cooperation and the creation of a security perimeter on a regular military installation that's kind of unheard of, especially inside the United States. That's not the only place that's happened, because by accident we went out to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio purely to stop by on the way through and see what's going on, and we found armor deployed much in the same way there. Obviously they're expecting something. One of the reasons is, both in Cincinnati and at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, several other private facilities, large numbers of Russian transports have been coming in on a regular basis, so much so that since they couldn't hide them, they actually had them in the Cincinnati newspapers. And we have a photograph that was originally done here about 2 weeks ago showing the Russian equivalent to the C-5A offloading Russian ordnance and equipment. Of course, what they didn't say is they said unknown containers and devices. And of course, even the airport security was not allowed to go to the aircraft. They actually brought a separate security element in, cordoned that part of the airport off, brought the transports in, offloaded and unloaded, and it next went north into the northern part of Ohio, destination unknown. So, tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. More than that. Okay, we got to go? Okay.
There's always one more question.
Okay.
There's always one more question.
We'll give you, I'll tell you what, we'll give you a...
We have an obligation
Okay.
to the hotels to close it down, but turn out the lights. But go ahead, do one more,
Okay.
and then we'll close.
One more question, and then also, if we have one last comment, always. Right ahead.
Okay, Mark, besides all the helicopters and the tanks and the lasers and the guns, what about the ELFs, extremely low frequencies that they're doing?
There's a lot of other technology they hope to employ. My basic rule is this. I'm not going to fight the infantry right away. If there's only 200 or 300 technicians who know how to use the technology, find them and get rid of them. If there's only 100 people that taught those 200 technicians, find them and get rid of them. There's only 20 or 30 people that know how to build the technology. Find them and get rid of them. All of a sudden, the technology doesn't mean squat. It's simply not useful. And in fact, again, this is a similar scenario. What you're asking about is what happened or what was expected to happen and may still happen with World War III in Europe. The irregular infantryman or the armor commander probably felt fairly safe for anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks because he knew the priority of both sides was to destroy the rear areas first. After about the 3rd week of melee and confusion, then he had to worry because they would finally turn their eyes back on the infantry and armor. So again, my rule is I'm not going to give the enemy a fair shake. If I have to fight and if you have to fight, you don't fight on his terms, you fight on your terms. And their technology first has to have a strategic or tactical target that you've created. The first thing that you must do in every operation is disperse. Disperse everything. Your factories, your farm equipment, your materiel. Anything centralized becomes a target. Everything that they base their weapon systems on is fighting a conventional, straight-on, toe-to-toe war. We're not going to give them that. And in no way, shape, or form am I going to allow them to formulate the battlefield. When you have to fight, the reason the victory has usually been attained in the past is by fighting by different means and technology on your terms as opposed to what your enemy is capable of. And always remember that.
It needs anybody and everybody and all the talent they can offer it right now. This is a song called It's Coming Down. It's coming down, it's coming down. The New World Order's training armies on our ground. Stormtroopers dressed in black and blue to aim the crosshairs of their guns at me and you. I know a man who lived way up in Idaho, whose sole desire was only to be left alone. One day he sold a so-called friend a gun. One day the federal troops showed up and shot his wife and son. It's coming down, it's in your town. The New World Order's training armies on our ground, with soldiers dressed in black and blue to aim the crosshairs of their guns at me and you. Way down upon a Waco, Texas farm, I saw the lawless law there flex its long mean arm. Before the sealed search warrant could even be served, the ATF shot up the place, Some got what they deserve. It's coming down. It's all around. The New World Order's training armies on our ground, with soldiers dressed in black and blue, aim the crosshairs of their guns at me and you. Now foreign troops, they train upon American soil. They hide and sneak around like snakes that slither and coil. And while the people turn their heads complacently, their federal income tax goes up to fund this tyranny. It's coming down. It's in your town. The New World Order's training armies on our ground, with soldiers dressed in blue and black. Like the vicious dogs they are, they're training to attack. That's it.